This isn't like you. Why are you even here? Isn't this usually the part where you turn tail and run?
Yeah, just about.
Go home. You're powerless to change anything by yourself, and you know it.
Then, why don't you come with me?
Huh? I already told you I can't. Is your skull really that thick? Fine then. If you want to die so badly, then allow me.
Well, this is a wash. What do you think, Arrow?
Gonna call it quits, Saizo?
You kidding? We're just getting started.
Alright then.
Okay. We agreed we'd see this through, so we've got your back.
Shut the hell up! This next one's where we end it, Saizo. You know what that means, right?
Yeah.
Don't give up on her.
Thought never crossed my mind.
I'm glad to hear that. I'm hoping to see a future where both you and Ash are still here.
How delusional can you get? Iron Mask has already won! It's over! Now that Zenin has Mangetsu's covenant, he's damn near invincible! Just walk away while you can, Saizo! You're lucky to even be breathing. Why throw all of that away?
So Iron Mask won, huh? What about you? Where do you fit into all of that?
What? Who cares where I fit in?
I do. And doesn't that tell you how you really feel? You could kill any one of us. That doesn't mean anything for you in the end. One look, and it's clear you don't belong over there.
But... no! I'm a devil summoner for the Phantom Society!
Why do you give a rat's ass? Tell me why, Ash!
You can't change fate. You should know that better than anyone. No more talking. I'm sending you all straight to hell! Put an end to all of this!
Yeah, it's high time we start things over. Come on. I'll prove to you that I'm not going anywhere. Ash! All right. Let's spice things up.
This is all you
Bye.
want.
We gotta
Here we
win this. No matter what.
No way to tell. Here goes.
Foolish.
No, still with me? You can't escape!
You know the
Got it.
drill. Don't be a hero.
Is that really your plan? Regret this!
Chew.
Let's change this up.
Damn it!
Hope this works.
You gonna try it out?
Yeah,
Gotta get
good
through to
plan.
her.
Let's stay cautious. That's one way to go about it, but
Feeling lucky?
Here goes.
foolish choices.
Gotta get through to her. You know until you try.
Silent as snowfall. There it is.
Good job, Arrow. Let's finish this. You think you're safe? Ow!
Too late for regrets now.
Little.
Die. Saw that coming. Shall we?
Wanna make a bet, Saizo?
I know we can. Time to improvise.
Help me out here. Well, it's hard to refuse. All right.
That'll help.
Come on, get in gear.
Whatever it
okay.
takes. Let's roll.
Shit! Hope this works.
Here goes. Boom. You know the
God,
drill.
see that
Don't
terror?
be a
Don't
hero.
miss now.
That's your freaking where you stand. What's our opening?
You like that? You can't escape. Oh, damn it!
Out of my way.
Damn it! Time for me to get serious, son.
No.
If you really care about me, then you'll die again.
There. I finished cutting
Why do you keep on living?
my videos. I was gonna do a little video cutting while this cutscene went, this fight went that I pre-recorded. This is actually me doing it, but this shit takes forever, so I'm gonna speed it up once I get to the area that I'm supposed to be in for the game.
Saizo. Time to bust out the big guns.
Help me out here.
Anyways, what you're seeing right now is I think double volume going right now too.
Get through to
I'll
her.
get serious. We're taking you down.
We gotta win this,
Here we go.
no matter what.
Yeah, the best selling game of
It's gotta be.
all fucking time right here, dude.
No way to tell. Can you handle this?
Alright, there's another 7 minutes in this shit, dude. Here's what we're gonna do.
Nice.
Enjoy. Meanwhile, I'm gonna get myself to the next area in the game. So you might ask why I pre-recorded this instead of just streaming it. It's because the entire dungeon and all of the side dungeons are mind-numbingly boring. So I was like, okay, well, why even bother streaming them when I could catch up on some shit while I play through it? Normally I wouldn't mind, but it's just too rough, man. In a way, you could say, hey, that means that I'm playing the game in a way that was maybe not its intended experience. I'm enjoying it more than I should because of it, which obviously I'm still not enjoying it, but I think I can separate time played with something in the background, like music, helping me enjoy it from the actual experience. So. Anyways, this is the only thing that happened. Seriously. Other than just running through dungeons, which I'll show you guys kind of how the dungeons work after this. There were no bosses other than this too. I like a side quest boss, which wasn't really anything. But now I'm at a point where anything I do after this is actually going to be important, probably. At least for a few minutes.
That's so reckless. I'm sure we did some serious damage that time. We gotta go after her. Wait, Saizo. Don't tell me to wait, Fig. I've almost gotten through to her. I'm so close. And I want to make sure you succeed. So please, calm down and listen. Thank you for understanding. You need to know that my sensor's readings have been spotted just up ahead. Some kind of interference? Yes, with that much feedback, there's bound to be high-tech jammers set up all over. Good to know. Be careful, Ringo. Thanks, Fig. Ash. I'm not. It'll be okay, Saizo. Don't screw up this last chance with Ash. I'm going to deal with all this drama. I know.
Yeah, if anything, it makes it more enjoyable. Because of the comedy aspect. Alright. Where am I? Boink. Hello. Alright, so we're back on the wonderful, the amazing Soul Hackers 2. Let's get that same dungeon music back on we've been hearing for what has it been? The last every dungeon? Has this been the music in every dungeon? I think it might have been. I'm not sure on the Soul Matrix dungeons. But anyways, what did you guys miss gameplay wise? This is it. You just go up towers. You go up one tower on the left. There's no mechanics other than you have to go up certain elevators to get to certain halves of each tower. It only matters like once or twice. There's a couple mini bosses which are just, they eat all of your mana. Like Mothman comes in, eats all of your mana, leaves, and then you just fight trash. So you have to go back to town after every single mini boss. Well, that was pretty boring. Other than that, it's nothing. It's just hallways that look like this or worse. Right now when we're in the second tower, which the second tower you go into after that fight you saw there against Saizo's girlfriend. And it's pretty much just these hallways with no elevators this time. The one new mechanic is that you can control the owl in an air duct. And you see, this is the map for the owl. And it takes about a full minute to go down one of these pathways. And there's random battles that keep happening to your main party as you're going in there. So it's essentially just an extremely long corridor that you fly the owl in until you get to the left side while random battles are happening. It's super boring. And that's it. That's probably the only thing of interest that's happened, I would say. No mini bosses this time. I was going to record the owl thing, but it was just so dull I didn't want to even pause it to show you guys. Just trust me, I'm sure we'll see it again, but it was mind-numbing. And the idea was that you're just using the owl to get like a card key. And so now we're here in this door. Make sure my demons are in order. Hellbiker, who's just a random dude in this. Suki, which is like a mid-tier demon right now. everything's good. Oh, and I did the side dungeons too. I actually need 60 to get to the bosses, 60 soul points, and I only have 50 on one person. So all it was just raw dungeon. It was essentially just super easy teleport dungeon. Easy but tedious. I could show you guys the dungeons in a bit. So instead of you having to really memorize anything or any kind of cool warping around, it's just running down straight halls that branch once, and then the warp takes you right in front of you, and you just do that again and then come all the way back around and do it again with other forks. So to explore everything, you have to go through every fork, and it's just like really slow. it's kind of whatever. One of the other dungeons was just, I guess, was a bit more random of warps, but they all kind of come back in. They're either side areas or they come back into both merge at the main path. Nothing fancy. Stuff that I was glad to not stream. Even with music, we'd be pretty bored. Same side quests. I went and did the mini bosses in the floor before the floor I did, which were just trash fights. And a refight against the rapper guy, but I mean, he didn't have any dialogue or anything, it was just inside their mind, so nothing fancy. We'll see what's in here. The reason we're here... It's the Mothman. I was hoping this would be Iron Face. Uh-oh. Am I gonna have to actually do some dungeoning on stream?
Sheesh. At least this one's a little more to the point. Here they come. Everyone be careful.
All right
Yeah, moth-like demon with this goofy voice.
Yeah, you better run. Don't think you took me by surprise, because you totally didn't. I know we can win this.
Okay.
You know what to do.
This will turn the table.
Well, even if I have to do some dungeoning on stream, I guess you guys will see what the quality. This is what all the side bosses have been in this area, other than the chick you saw in the opening pre-recorded video there.
I know
Shall
we
we?
can win this.
Watch their reactions
Down a
here.
notch.
You know the
Let's go
drill.
with that.
Don't be a...
You got it.
On your orders.
I'm not your babysitter. You think you're safe? Just getting started.
So that's pretty much the quality of the mini bosses.
Started.
Don't stop now.
Sabbath Toxin. I just don't think it ever really comes in handy, man. Bosses and shit just don't get poisoned. Shit. We're gonna have to dungeon for real.
Talk to them.
Maybe.
Farewell.
Incoming.
Maybe. It might just be like a small thing. Well, I need to go back to town because it took all my...
Look more carefully. In my sight.
Took all my mana. Every time you fight Mothman, you have to go back to town. But he's usually right before or something.
You get nowhere with that.
Yeah, it's usually the fun stuff.
Can you handle this?
Not the stuff I feel like is so boring I want to do it off stream.
We can't let this with this power.
Go, Arrow.
On it,
Have Xenoblade's give me a bad habit, or I just have had two extremely dry side content games in a row?
Let's go.
Focus on that one. Got it?
It's pretty rare where I'm playing something I'm like, this is just completely, nobody cares about seeing this kind of content.
Think you're safe?
And I might as well maximize my own entertainment.
Too late for regrets.
Not from the game, but, you know, from other factors. Yeah. I try not to do much stuff off stream, but it's just like... It's like, I just got other shit I'd rather... Like, I'd rather watch your stream or something than, like, run through the horrible dungeons in this game on stream. I mean, I still run through the dungeons on stream. Like, you guys have seen a little bit of every dungeon. And we could come to the same conclusions and talking points and shit.
Can't, let's roll. Here goes.
This is a game I like
Okay, let's go.
enjoyed more than I would do it more.
They just had to get in the way.
But it's not cool seeing new areas in this. It's not interesting seeing the combat. Etc.
Over there.
No good.
Right. I'm glad.
Now we gotta do this again.
So long.
But first we have to go. You guys gotta see the owl part. You really aren't gonna miss anything. Other than some side quests. Which honestly I just probably wouldn't do if I did them on stream at this point. See, Puzzle Boy is real content though. Like, you can see all the different puzzles and how I handle them and I think about it. This shit is so mindless that it's not even worth seeing like your eyes with. You're not even worth laying eyes on. It's so weak, man. Guess we should eat food.
Thanks for the.
I have been reading the side quests too. I haven't been like secretly skipping them off stream. There's pretty much nothing. There was like maybe a quest that was like. I remember what I said. Got distracted. People asking me about soul hackers. So there's a quest that was like you had to bring two, like a sword of darkness and a sword of light to two different people. I assume it was supposed to be the vampire hunter versus the Kazakh vampire guy. I don't remember his name. Quest that they do in most of these, except like that never really happens. It's like maybe that like they're alluding to it, but like that was pretty much it. Every other quest was like, oh, you have to fight this quest giver's sister, implying we care about the quest giver to care that we're fighting her sister. Okay, love having to go back after every mini boss, dude. It's pretty sick. How far did you get in Metroid Prime, Ripper? Oh, I didn't get to catch the rest of that second stream.
Now we can relax. Enemy! Careful. Close.
Did the back seating ever wear off a bit? Ah, okay. Groovy. He's gonna continue this weekend or something. Everybody has trouble with Booster Guardian. Yo, time for more sick gameplay. Let's go. Maybe we're gonna get more than one branch this time. Whoa, branching.
I'm sensing something nasty. Come on! They won't know what hit them.
Yeah, Booster's pretty tough for an early boss. I was there when you were doing it.
Now, time for some
Let's go. That's the ticket.
Good idea.
We can target their weakness. Silent as snowfall.
Silent as snowfall.
What's the plan
Finish
here?
this. You think you're safe?
Out of my way.
Don't underestimate me.
Attack!
Only one side's walking away from this. All right.
Gotta try.
Get him, Saizo!
Got it.
Let's get down to business.
Time to kick it off.
All right.
And they just had to get in the way.
Yes.
Concentrate.
Your thoughts. Very well.
I need to take a quick throne break here. Oh, branching paths. Let's go.
Be careful.
Just random fights, yeah.
Look out.
Shall we?
Ooh, that'll work.
Finish them off, Saizo.
You got it.
Boosting physical parameters.
Whoever brings them down
Looks like
gets
it'll work.
drinks on me.
You're so immature!
I'm a... Yeah,
That's your
good
cue.
plan.
Ringo,
I
take
got
them
you,
out.
Melody.
Okay,
Good idea.
that should work. How's this for you?
You know
Okay.
what to do.
You can't escape. I could fight like that all day.
I'm sensing something nasty.
Yeah. As it goes. As it goes.
We did it!
Is there any side content in this?
Look out! Show me. Ooh, that'll work. Finish them off.
Finish them off. Let's go. Got it. 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 Is there any side content in this? finding any side shit, but I can't help myself.
Let's do this right.
What's
Let's
the plan
roll.
here?
Ah!
Let's keep up the fight. Okay.
That's your cue.
We can part silent as snowfall. There it is.
I guess you can be useful. Here I come.
Yeah, people who come in, the only thing they've ever said in chat is some kind of backseat.
Think you're safe?
Especially right after you just said, in general, no backseating, are just ignorant assholes. It's not even the backseating alone, it's just a fucking failure as a person, man. Like, fuck off.
Bad.
Like, if you know somebody, accidents happen, no biggie. If people have been talking, you know, whatever. But the people who just come in and, like, that's it.
Kinda one-sided.
That's all they've done after, you know, and they know because you say something. That's where it's fucked. Like, if you don't know, maybe they're just used to other streams that just have a bunch of that, whatever. Even then, it's like, you know, you should probably wait to find out. Respect the playthrough, like you should ask, because in general, most games aren't made to be played with a fucking guide. So.
Hurry!
But, you know, at least that's a bit more understandable. But when it's like, you explicitly just said
Look out!
not to do it, then somebody does it.
I'll let you start.
Shall we?
Yeah, they don't.
Go you!
Let's see some
People
fireworks.
don't read those.
I'll handle this. Ooh, ouch.
I don't even know what mine is.
Looks like it'll work. Give 'em hell, Ringo.
Got it, Arrow.
I just put it on stream if I'm worried about it. And then I ask nicely if they do something.
You know
And
what's
nobody.
got it.
Usually the kind of person who, like, will give, like, backseat shit on the very first comment they've ever said are the kind of people who can't take
That should work. How's
no.
this for you?
So they just disappear. I think 90% of the time, I mean, that's not like a real number, but 90% of the time. Alright, this game needs to get fucking turned
I
down.
was just getting started.
Fucking wacky ass fucking volume balancing on this, dude. Yeah, 90% of the time, when I ask super nicely, they never come back. They just disappear. Because they don't get it. If they got it, they wouldn't have done it. It's that simple. It's not even like it's bad in like a vacuum. It's just like the principle of it and what it says to somebody, man. And that for me, after 10 years, I just don't have the patience for it. I'll be very nice about it, but I don't give people an inch, man.
Okay.
Just learned that when you give somebody an inch with that kind of thing, they take a mile, dude. Now they just gotta not. Like I said, I'll be nice because shit happens, especially if it's somebody who's actually tried to talk in the chat for a bit.
Incoming.
Especially if I don't have anything on screen to say otherwise, right? But yeah, usually they leave. I never really get anybody like fight me on it,
Do it, Psycho.
which is good.
Sounds good to me. Whoever brings them down gets
Here
drinks
I
on
come.
me.
Think you're safe?
They usually just disappear. I've only had a few people who like were really
Now,
cool
Ringo.
Here we go.
and like have done it relatively quickly within coming here and then actually ended up being cool. And didn't leave, it's pretty rare.
You must be hungry.
What? Over already?
I think a big reason I don't see much of it is I don't play much hyper popular shit that I haven't already beaten at this point. I mean, I do, but like it's new, right? There's a little less backseating for stuff that's like brand new.
Want a piece of this?
And then something like Metroid Prime, which is like some ultra classic.
Whoever brings them down gets drinks on me.
You think you're safe?
What's up with this power?
That's the tip.
Don't miss now.
Appreciate the advice.
Out of my way.
Attack! Alright!
Fire. There we go.
Wow, over already?
I could just do this. Nice.
Leaving this to you.
Enemy! Incoming! Now we can relax.
Of course it bounces off the wall right back to the fucking door.
Ouch.
I'll let you
goes.
start.
Finish them off.
You know what to do. Yeah, good plan. Too slow.
Let me see.
Let's see. Still with me? You think you're safe? So just getting started.
Too late for regrets now.
Well, that was kind of one-sided.
Look out! Incoming! Close. Careful. That was close.
I have to fight her again? Surely not, man.
Well, you're definitely persistent. I can respect that.
The character's just like really goofy too. I don't even get her deal. Like this Ash chick. Like, you guys saw the cutscene. It was just like, why do you care? I'm in the Demon Society. And they're like, why do you want to be in the Demon Society? It's like, I'm just gonna shoot you. Stop talking to me. It's like like a 5-year-old. Like, why am I supposed to care?
You're a hard lady to catch up to.
The only thing we care about is that it's Saizo's girlfriend. She seems like a fucking, like, monkey, man. Like...
You're worse than a stalker.
They do not do a good job of, like, selling us on her maybe being, like, unable to escape her, like, her past or something, so she just accepts it and is just a demon summoner. She just comes across as, like, too whiny, man. Like, she hasn't really thought about anything.
Fight you anymore.
I don't either. That's what I've been saying.
Then why? How about you stop and tell me what's going on? What the hell is pushing you this far?
Would you shut up for once? Don't you get it? It's because I'm the reason you died.
Zenin's the one who killed me.
Don't lie to yourself. I let you in there. I'm the one who got you killed. It was my fault. I couldn't believe in your world of light.
So that's why she would fight us and help the bad guy? Huh? It just, like, doesn't make sense.
I gave up on
It's just
you.
bullshit.
Gave up on trying to change this stupid, broken world. Summoner's life was all I knew.
Are they trying to make it so that she is this way because she's got like this this like sunk cost thing going on? Like, well, she's gone this far, she just has to keep going, I guess. Like,
But I didn't care. I knew that was what I deserved for betraying you. Killing you. If I stayed a summoner, then our karma would catch up with me sooner or later. The same karma you wanted us to be free from. That was how it was supposed to end.
But now?
But now you're alive again. Why?
God, Jesus, the cutscene. Animations, the VA, the dialogue, it's just so fucking, everything's just so cheap.
I killed you. I betrayed you. How could things between us ever go back to the way they were?
And this is just another random episode of somebody's bullshit. We had, last one was Arrow's bullshit, we had to kill his friend, and now it's this chick, and they just happen to be where we're going always. It's not like they're fully focused on these people, right? They have some reason to like meet up with them, they're just there.
All you have to do is ask.
He's her boyfriend. Well, was. They were living the good life, or trying to, getting away from devil summoning, and their house got burnt down. So she just kind of left and went to be a devil summoner again. And I guess he is, yeah. He's Mr. Pure, and she's just like an idiot.
Come on, Ash. I'll give us a clean slate if you will. Forget karma. And let's
I hope she
start
gets
over.
stabbed in the back right now by some
Please.
random, man.
Damn it. I knew you'd say that. I knew you'd forgive me.
Are her fingers inside of her face, dude? Just think about it for a few minutes, man. You know, that's okay, right? Like, in a vacuum, it's not a big deal. It's a small nitpick. But that they, like, let that kind of shit slip, and they do it all the time. Like, this is a zoom in on her face and one of Saizo's big emotional moments, and her hands are clipping directly through her face, man.
This is exactly why you're so annoying.
I'll come back for you. I promise. Just wait here for me, okay? I'm good now, Ringo. Let's move.
It's okay if you want to stay behind, Saizo. Don't you want to look after her?
Part of me wants to stay, sure. But I'm sticking with you. I still owe those two jokers some serious payback. And they're sure as hell gonna get it.
Alright then. Let's go deal a little karma ourselves. Right, Saizo?
Jesus God. Where are the credits?
Yeah, I got you.
Credits, please.
And Ringo?
Yeah?
Thanks.
You're welcome. Had to hold up my end of our deal after
I've
all.
come to make an announcement. Hello. Let's hear your announcement. That's what I've heard. Most of those disaster reports seem pretty funny. Let's save it for the next so big, whatever that is. Of Kusoge and mediocre fucking gay or whatever you want to call it. I'll need a break for a while before the next so big or whatever. Oh yeah, good. Well, I'm glad that we've got that to look forward to. I wish the Sentai like kaiju one was translated. That sounds like some Ascended shit for a disaster report game.
Damn right.
Get ready. I'm coming. Now we can relax.
I actually need to take a few minutes break here.
Welcome!
The body's calling. Let me see about messing with some of this though.
Want this be all? Thanks.
I'm wanting the game to be over. I don't know if I'm close to being done.
Want this be all? Thanks.
This one? Yeah, we could do that.
Want this be all? Thanks. Want this be all? Thanks.
I did a bunch of the pointless side content and dungeon stuff before the stream, or yesterday. I played the one important bit of story, the only bit of story. Before the stream I just pre-recorded it.
Want this be all? Thanks. Want this be all? Thanks. Want this? Thanks.
Like I said, I don't really do
Want this
often.
be all? Thanks.
It's gotta be like truly mindless content that I feel like nobody would want to see and that I barely want to experience, so I need something on the side. But this game manages to hit that level, that's for sure. I don't know. I just think we've seen all we're gonna see of this game. I don't think it's not gonna get better at this point. They've shown their hand. Unless magically some crazy set pieces, they evolve, have all of these mechanics. The combat gets, a new exploration mechanics. The combat, evolves into some crazy shit. And, they give us new layers and depths, and for some reason none of that was going to be there in the first 40 hours, then I just don't think it's going anywhere. At this point, I'm just interested in talking about it and seeing the full vision, if you want to call anything in this a vision, of the rest of it, but I am by no means, yeah, looking to extend the playthrough. I mean, I'm gonna do the side content. I don't even think you can do all the side content in one playthrough. You have to do New Game Plus. I'm not gonna mess with that, but at least fully explore one playthrough. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. Sorry. Sorry about that. Yeah, we had a big talk about it at the end of the last stream though. Went into some pretty good detail. We covered most of the bases. Need to put some of that into notes and shit so we can chat about it at the end of this again too, but yeah, exactly. Like objectively, it's like just really mediocre. Like arguably maybe pushing bad. Especially with standards nowadays, but I mean this kind of weak ass JRPG comes out all the time. But like where it stands as an SMT game from the company, as a Soul Hackers thing, how little I respect mediocrity, bland, safe mediocrity. I hate it more than any just bad RPG. Like my respect for it's like, yeah, like a 0.5 out of 5. Yeah, I would say like, I don't attach numbers to stuff, so I'm probably not very good at it, but yeah, a 2 is probably like if you yeah, probably a 2. I think it's just when you put it in context, it's much worse.
Need anything else?
Like I said, the series, the
Need him again?
the kinds of quality JRPGs we've gotten in the last few years. Just stuff like that. The company, just the name, just everything, and it just... I just don't know how you could be okay with it. Like, it's so weak, man. It's everything you shouldn't want in a game, right? Like, just something that just doesn't reach at all, that just is wearing the name, is wearing the skin of something. Not even, it's barely wearing the skin of something else. But still sells itself at full price with $30 of DLC, man. You should not want more of this for games. There are a bazillion other mediocre JRPGs you could go play that are at least like some fucking random new IP or some indie dev. Like wanting that out of like SMT and Soul Hackers and Alice is just like this. No. There's just nothing good. There's nothing good in this. The only thing close to being good is like a couple songs, but there's always a caveat. There's some good music, but none of it like synergizes well with the visuals. None of it uplifts any of the scenes, right? There's no atmosphere in it. The last stream, there's good examples. There's songs that were good, but that come in way too early, cheapen the whole thing and make it just feel like the most generic, like shonen bullshit cutscenes ever. And it's just like, so it's like even the good stuff. It's like the gameplay. Oh, it's got good basic SMT gameplay. Okay, but everything it changes is worse than games that came out 20 years ago. Like, the Sabbath could be cool if they added some depth and really fleshed it out, but as it is, it's a new idea that's not even worth exploring. Like demon negotiation being changed? Why? It's changes for the sake of change, and they're like for the worse. I don't always need press turn. One of my favorite SMT games is Strange Journey. It doesn't have fucking press turn. But like, there's just not enough exploration of any new mechanics or anything cool. I mean, even command skills in this, like that was in Strange Journey, but they're more fun in Strange Journey. Also, everything else is so good in Strange Journey that even if the gameplay was somehow similar, like exactly like this, it would be fine for it. Context in this matters a lot, man. No fights feel special because there's like no gravity to the story, no presentation, like no nothing, man. No style. Like, maybe some of the bosses, a couple of them are mechanically like a little bit more challenging. They might have a couple cool things. Usually it just amounts to each boss has like a super hit they hit you with. They all have ads that they can all summon infinite ads, and usually every ad has status elements. But I mean, hey, you got to grapple with a lot of shit. That's cool, but nothing about the bosses is cool other than that, right? So it's like, who cares? like Jesus, dude. When I'm just fighting some goofball girlfriend of one of the main characters, like, I could give two shits how mechanically interesting it is. It has to be really good to make up for everything else being really shit. That's only a couple fights, man. Most of the random fucking bosses are just like trash fights, man. God, who is fucking making all this noise? I don't know if somebody's doing something downstairs or this is the fucking dude's stereo system out there. Somebody needs to like break that guy's stereo, dude. This guy's like a street or two away and you can hear his fucking bass going, and I'm on the second floor of an apartment. Like there's just like there's only so many things that I would say are like abysmal or something, just like bad, like the story is really bad. Stuff like that, but like, man, I can't give it like kudos for just being comprised of almost all mediocre bullshit. Like the dungeons, man. We talked about it in depth a few days ago, but it's like, maybe I'd be okay with like really basic dungeons if like everything else was cool. I was like, you know, why do I like SMT 1 and 2 when mechanically they're not much crazier than this? Well, atmosphere, I'm more engaged in the story, the setting, the gameplay is probably a lot faster. I mean, obviously you're giving it a little credit for being like 30 years old, so that they're even comparable to something like in 2022 is kind of laughable. I think stuff like that. It's just that like even the mediocre stuff that would be forgiving in other games is just dragged down by how everything is just bland and sucky, man. I don't know. Let's see what's going on. I mean, there's nothing wrong with just having fun with it if you're just in the mood for really just generic ass JRPG. But I mean, whatever. I always say that. That's just on a personal level. You can like what you want, but I don't have enough respect for it, man. Our man Sigma, yeah. Mothman.
Wait, that's everyone. Target the demons.
No, I thought we were gonna just not. Where what's from?
Iron Mask.
Oh, the Mothman. Yeah, Mothman's a SMT staple. Yeah. I mean, technically Mothman's a American urban legend. Where? What state is Mothman a thing in? He's kind of like the Yeti. That's the myth. But yeah, Mothman's popularized from SMT.
So that was your plan. Time your attack with the new moon to exploit the Zoma's weakness. A good plan.
What do you mean?
Zenin has already overcome that weakness.
No.
No.
You're surprised? Do you even know why the Zoma would be weak under the new moon to begin with?
What is this noise?
There's a reason?
I hate people who are just inconsiderate of other people.
It's because their powers are designed
Yeah.
for demons.
Mothman costume. I want a Mothman costume.
So if he has the covenants to draw on instead, then the phases of the moon mean nothing to him.
Precisely.
Thanks for explaining
Ash
it
was
all.
kind enough to buy me all this time. More than enough to lay a suitable trap.
You make it sound like you knew we'd come here today.
Why else would I allow myself to be spotted by those dogs of Yatagarasu? Hand over that covenant.
Never.
Good.
I wasn't speaking to you. And I don't like being interrupted.
Yeah,
I
I
was addressing
assume.
the host of the covenant.
They yap for way too long in this, and there's no interesting, like, I don't know if you call it cinematography or flow to any of the cutscenes. I'm usually just standing there for a really long time, or like really rigidly moving around and yapping for 10 years.
Well, I know you're listening. Yes, I'm referring to you, the bearer of the covenant.
No, Big! Don't listen to him!
If we cannot settle this civilly, I have ways to compel you. Like so.
Oh, this is so
your cue
hard
to
to
scream. Try to follow the script. Now,
The fucking terror, dude.
attention.
Iron Mask, man. Die Hard man over here.
You can see that, can't you? A wound like that might not kill a human, but the ensuing blood loss certainly would.
Big! Don't listen to him!
Your resolve is admirable. No
I can't believe the bad guy is going to get all the MacGuffins.
strong will. A shame that your body.
This is such a surprise, and it's so tense. It's told so well. How many times is he gonna pull this gun out, dude? Just keep it out at this point, my guy.
This body can perfectly simulate pain? Wow. That was kind of them.
Fire the writer. I mean, really. The writing that this motherfucker's done that I've played is like, I mean, I hope they improve. I hope you keep each out. I hope you improve and all that. But yeah, that's the bottom line. I really hope they improve because goddamn, this and TMS have like fucking just such just weak ass writing, man. I would rather just be like atrociously bad. At least it'd be entertaining. Then it's like mindlessly boring, like tropey cliche writing.
I confess my curiosity is piqued. How much pain are you capable of enduring? Shall we find out together?
Like, did he really need 3 whole sentences to say that? Like, I feel like it's just so overwritten.
Have you decided to give up the covenant?
I said all right. But I'm warning you. If you lay even a finger on them before I arrive, I will kill you.
Big!
Are we just, so is Fig gonna get killed and we're gonna soul hack her back to life?
Can you move, Arrow?
I've been trying this whole time, but
Shoot. I was thinking you could maybe sneak over and fix me. But yeah, I get it.
Mothman, the ultimate demon, apparently.
Gee,
Permanent
I don't know,
stun.
man. Got 3 holes in my leg. You tell me.
She's so funny.
sorry.
It's fine. Just keep trying. I'm hoping we can pull something off before Fig gets here.
Got it.
Cool choice, dude. Just walks in the next second.
I'm here, Iron Mask. I'm ready to hold up my end of the
There's
bargain.
no scene of like, you know, we failed or struggle or anything. Just walks in. No drama. She's about to arrive. Just whatever. The only time you'd probably want to add a little extra time to set. Oh my god, whoever is doing this outside needs to take a long vacation. Cold Steel's better. I've heard Cold Steel's about as anime as it gets.
May I treat her?
By all means.
Are you okay, Ringo?
I'm sorry, Fig.
No. If anyone should apologize, it's me. Make sure you do what needs to be done, Ringo.
This hurts, Fig.
It'll heal up soon enough. Just bear with it for now.
It's so cliche. I mean, so many flags. I mean, you knew this was gonna happen the moment she got a covenant. It's that predictable. But that they also like had like a one random moment where she like talks to Raven for a couple minutes about her feelings. The only time she's ever done that. Like you couldn't raise the flag any higher, man. Damn, man. Jesus, sounds like somebody about to fucking. Like there's a bear outside trying to break in.
No. You know that's not what I mean.
There. That should do it.
Fig!
Now we talk terms. Let Ringo and the others go.
God, would I prefer SMT5 story? I think I would. I think SMT5 story is not good. It's got some concepts that are neat, but at least it like isn't really there that much, right? Like this is like there a lot and it's really bad. I'd rather just like I would much prefer like a kind of, you know, like SMT5 has good build up. It just doesn't go anywhere after like the halfway or 2/3 mark, the like meeting of the gods or whatever point. But like at least it's just like a couple hours of story after that total, right? This is like lots of story. Yeah, the law chat got Mr. fucking Zit face. throws his hat, his sucker hat or whatever. Yeah, it's the SMT5 has such good atmosphere and build up. You're getting a lot of expectations, and then it kind of just doesn't do anything and shits itself a bit. Like the very final thing with like Lucifer and stuff is neat, maybe conceptually too. It's like in this, it's just like it's hours and hours and hours of generic, poorly paced, exposition heavy, cliche, just uninspired bullshit, man. Told in the most dry way possible, right? Like there's no action here, there's no anything happening, there's no movement. It's just fucking the most boringly shot. Like it's just fucking horrible. Can I use like movie terms for games? I mean, you still have to like, there's still camera angles and cinematography and shit. I always feel like a fucker, like a pretentious fucker using it. Like it's just fucking ugh. Like at least SMT5 always had that. Even the law chat, like some of the silly shit had like cool, you know, shots and it looks nice and there's cool music and shit, right? At least there's presentation, right? This has like, and it's so many hours of the fucking cutscenes, dude.
Don't get ahead of yourself. The Covenant first.
What is going on, man? What is this I'm hearing? It's so distracting. That, dude. Yeah, I mean, like, just compare this. Let me save this, dude. Is this a meme thing or is it the actual deal? I'll have to watch the rest in a second. At least like I could feel something from that, right? Where is it? Like even the most goofy shit, like this guy's cutscene, man, has like cool use of focus, shots, movement, like all this shit. We don't even hear the music right now. This is like one of the dumbest scenes in the entire story, man. The slick back, dude. It's so bad, man. It's so stupid, but like at least visually is like still cool, man. It has like something going on. And there's like 3 or 4 fucking hours of story in the entire like game, I think. Is what it feels like, right? Or in this it's mostly a story. And then everything that's around the story is fucking extra, like boring and bad just the same. So it's like you don't even get like a reprieve, right? Like if everything was good in this except the story, like hey, whatever, you know. At least there's some fun, you just deal with the story. But like everything else sucks, so it makes this suck even more. That's called atmosphere. That's sick, dude. The looped animations. This is that was a Switch game, by the way. This is a next gen game.
I'm making sure the conditions are clear for after that.
This owl looks like a banana peel on the ground, dude.
A noble sentiment. So you are aware that once you give me the covenant, you will die. Do you have any last words?
No. But I have one question. Tell us why you're doing this. Why are you trying to
No, I have no last words, but I do have some last words.
World?
How about she just says just one question? That's all. Like just you could just like that's not like amazing, right? But like at least you could tighten it up, you know?
Well, I suppose it's because that's the Phantom Society's will, and I am its Iron Mask.
Who even is this bastard, man? Other than the chick in the back's boyfriend. Like how she hasn't said a word yet, dude.
That doesn't tell us anything.
And they just not speak. I mean, Arrow just spoke of it.
How are we supposed to help you?
The one time you think some characters would say some shit. I mean, I hate the cliche where every character has to say something when a big moment happens in a lot of Japanese writing, especially JRPG writing. But like, this would be a time where like a couple people talking, existing. Like right now, they could just not exist, right? It would just be Ringo and this chick.
Tell me, why do you want the world to end?
You're so naive. Stand before Zenin.
We'll just take this guy in his word, though, right? Yeah, I love front-facing Iron Mask, dude. Reminds me of, we call that the Chad angle. It's my trails in the sky.
Remember your pledge. Don't hurt Ringo.
Oh, cutscene, actual cutscene. The best Chad angle was from Trails in the Sky 1, though. Doesn't get better than that. Eat me. Rudolph would be that guy angle.
Eat up, Zenin.
Nice shot of arrows at. Yells at the sky. With power.
That's it. The rainbow is
No yelling
complete.
this time, he's ascended, dude. He yelled every other time.
Finally, it's mine. And now, the final curtain.
Can I get a terror copy pasta, but with this guy? Doesn't he need one more? Doesn't Iron Mask have one?
What's wrong? All the pieces should be in place. What did you do?
Epic, dude. Need zomaology, moon cycles.
Turns out karma's on my side. Fit!
The kid's still getting owned in the back. Thank you, guys.
Alive? I'll explain later.
Oh, she's not even gonna get soul hacked, dude. I just dropped the soul hacking thing. Wow, the tables have turned. A superhero shot.
So, I'm caught in your trap now, am I? Well, if you think hiding from me will save your friends, if you can
Whoa.
watch me rip them apart.
How does he activate those on command? Would it be cool if credits right after this? This game would be rated even more poorly if credits were after this
The
thing.
rainbow lights disappeared. The plan's fallen apart, but Zenin's definitely weaker. This is our chance. Let's finish it!
Time to cash that check, shall we?
Don't know till you try.
Here goes nothing.
Let's stay cautious.
What are they weak to? Not poison. Nobody's ever weak to ruin if they're a boss, man.
Well,
Taking a gamble?
Ooh.
Wanna make a bet, Saizo?
I hate
Ooh.
Should I roll the dice?
Might as well
Wanna make a bet, Saizo?
Ouch.
Oh, he's weak to that.
Let's
Good.
roll.
Might work.
Move it!
Damn, he's weak to all sorts of shit.
Don't you dare run.
See that terror in
How
there?
about this? Scream for me.
Let's
I'll try
settle
and
this
do you
once
proud.
and for all. One way to find out.
The snowfall.
I should have done a focused. Whatchamacallit? Focus Sabbath.
Underestimate the power of the Covenant. Zenin!
His power. He just yelled at the sky.
Careful, everyone!
To me!
Okay, he's got more summons. I'm so glad we're like sealed.
No matter what.
I'm sick of your face. Go time.
You know what to do.
Time to improvise.
Whew. Just what I needed.
You know the drill. Don't
God,
be a
what
hero.
am I hearing, dude? What is going on out there, man?
I don't have a lot of options right now.
Keep it together.
I'll get there.
I'll be okay.
This time we
Like
finish
somebody
what we do.
above on the roof or something? What the fuck?
You're safe.
I don't think it's just a simple
What's our opener?
music thing this time.
Can't just
It's your call.
A little gambit never hurt anyone.
We can't afford time to bust out the big guns.
What is going on out there, dude? Christ almighty, man. We just don't know.
Let's settle this once and for all. It's probably fine.
What is power weak to? Don't know, there's like 50 elements. I don't know. I'm gonna test shit at this point.
you're just
No way to tell.
Let's
try
settle
to
this
work.
once and for all.
Silent as snowfall. Like I'd overlook that.
Out of my way.
Let me demonstrate my power.
And of course, we gotta have a demon every single boss who guards everybody's weakness. It's been 10 extra years on each fight.
Woo! Just what I need.
There's clearly somebody out there working on something. Wait for somebody to start knocking on my door, man. I don't have many medias. There's not many demons that actually carry it through with them. I have a few demon choices in this. I feel like I need to just like leave some of them to level up over time.
Yeah, that's all I need.
We gotta
Got
win
it.
this.
That's
No matter what.
inconvenient.
This barely does anything too. I had a meteor on, but then I forgot to carry it through.
Let's get down to business.
'Cause a lot of demons have very specific
No matter what.
Probably fine. A little gambit never hurt
Can
anyone.
you handle this? What are you thinking? Yeah.
very specific shit they carry over.
Slice them. Good hit.
Like in some of the games, but because there's so few options that sometimes I just end up not having jack or shit.
Don't know
I
to
hope this works.
What's this guy weak to, man?
Never know until
make the call,
Eat
Arrow.
this! It worked.
Okay, guns.
That's seriously?
They slowed you down, Melody.
Seriously? That's inconvenient.
Let's be smart here.
Sorry, I'm just super distracted by whatever's going on out there. I'd go check it out, but I'll wait till we're done with this.
I'm gone. I'll crush you.
I know we can win this. All right. Woo.
just what I
Let's
need.
change this up. How
Try all you got me.
You know what to
Alright.
do.
It's all you.
This ought to be good. Big target.
What are you thinking?
On.
It's one way.
I hate coin flips.
You can't just
No way to tell.
Might work.
I don't remember what Silky's weak to. Thankfully, it's not.
Let's
go
settle
with
this
that.
once
That'll
and for all.
Don't miss now.
I'll do it, Melody.
Oh, perfect.
you're just riffraff after all.
Dance!
Thanks, pal. Jesus, dude. Enough fucking damage there? That was like fucking 900 on or not. It was like over 1,000 total. Motherfucker's got the stuff, man.
You still fight, Saizo?
Man, don't count me out. Looking to die again.
Alright,
Whatever it takes.
It's like no
We
healing.
work together.
we can't
got
afford to
this.
lose. Time to bust out the big guns.
Oh, that's like a super low level demon. I need a demon who just like always makes sure. I haven't had to do that in SMT in a long time, where I like really go out of my way to make sure I have like a healing demon. Cause usually you just end up with like, if you just carry over your medias and shit, and your meteoramas, you usually just have one or two. But in this, it's like very few demons actually carry it. Actually have only low level ones. What is he weak to right now?
We gotta win this.
I mean, I could just use items too. But...
Let's settle this once and for all. Let's settle this
Here
once
we
and
go.
for all.
What is her comp right now? God, can you just show me what she has fucking equipped, man? Please? I don't even know what she has. God, they give you so little info, man. I'm glad I could look at her ass, though, in the demon slot menu. Thing is, you can look at it, you just have to, like, go into, like, 20 other menus. Okay. Nobody has
We're
healing
all making
augment.
it through this. Time to improvise. Let's do this.
No, actually.
This looks good.
Stop me.
Oh, that did change it. It just changed it for one person. Okay, whoops.
Time to strike back, Saizo.
I'm good now, Ringo.
This don't you dare run.
You know the drill. Don't be a hero. Let's be smart here.
Take it easy, man.
This isn't going too well.
More power!
All right.
I hadn't used the AoE turn flipper
Time to cash that check.
before.
Scanning hostiles. Process complete. What do you
Got
think?
it.
Looks like it'll work.
Take this.
Fine. I'll get serious.
That looks like it'll work. And that'd be helpful.
Let's go, Arrow.
Thanks, Ringo.
Could probably kill him this turn, but
You dare run.
I'll play it
Looks like
safe.
it'll work.
It's all you. Scream for me.
What's
This
Looks
power.
promising.
Take it away.
See that?
Don't miss now.
Appreciate the advice. Like I overlooked that.
Let the rebels begin.
Kill them!
I'm just waiting for him to bring back the guy who's like full heal him or something. You needed to kill Iron Mask first.
Shall
That'll
we?
work. Show them a good time.
You got it.
They're strong.
This'll turn the
Be on
tables.
your guard. We'll go overboard
Yeah,
now.
good plan.
They're strong.
Be
Let's
on your
roll.
guard.
We're lacking intel.
I don't know what Iron Mask is weak to. I haven't figured that out yet still.
As long as we work together, we got this.
Let's tear it apart.
Boosting physical parameters.
We're just
Yeah,
getting
good
started.
plan.
You're just riffraff after all.
Do I have one of her? I feel like I do somewhere.
We're just
Not much
getting
choice.
started.
But I can't check my own Demon Compendium or list without swapping.
We can't afford to lose. All right,
You're just riffraff after all.
move it. Good hit. Something's
Seriously?
off, Melody.
You can't escape your fate.
This might take a while.
See that?
Take him down, Arrow.
You don't have to tell me twice.
You must be hungry.
What about this? How about this?
Can that tip me off to what his weakness is?
Saw that coming.
By just seeing what he's blocking? We'll have to see.
More power!
Yeah, this guy can summon infinitely for a while, dude. Gives us a lot of stuff to combo off of, I guess.
Ooh, that'll work. You know what to do.
What is he blocking? Can we see? I don't think so. Because he was already
Finish them off, Saizo.
already weak to that.
After all, you can't
Do it, Saizo.
Don't gotta tell me twice.
You know the
Good
drill.
idea.
Don't be
I could heal, but I feel like healing a couple of these would probably be better for me than healing at this point.
Let's roll.
Because she can like full heal us. Or she not full heal us.
Accessing data.
Silky's usually a healer.
They got you good, Melody.
Seriously?
I doubt they like magically decided not to do that.
fate.
Dance!
Come, my star servants.
Of course, nobody died. Everybody has like 1 fucking health, dude.
You won't lose.
Awesome. Sick. Awesome. At least you concentrated.
Hurry, everyone.
Saizo,
Got it.
don't let your guard down.
Sir, I'll be okay.
Gotta try.
That's how you want to do this? We're just getting
Not
started.
done yet.
That should do.
This ought to be good.
That'll work.
Saizo,
Sure.
don't let your guard down.
I'm glad they made it with like no health.
No slacking off.
Man, close one.
It's almost better to let him die, man.
That'll work.
The heal from revival beat's pretty strong.
Right away,
Take a break.
I'm fine.
Don't hurt.
It's finally cured.
Get lost. What?
Out of my way.
Will he attack this turn or just summon?
Better safe than sorry. Don't give up now.
All
Good
right.
to go. I'll be okay.
Had a feeling it'd be like this. Switching to offense.
I need to always have somebody who's got like healing buff too until I get like a consistent
Can't
Meteorama.
escape your fate.
What is he weak to? Lightning? There's no way he's weak to Ruin. Because no boss is gonna be... I'd be surprised if he could actually be like ailment. Hurt by
just
ailments.
riffraff.
I won't stop you.
You can't escape your fate.
Let's settle this once
Yeah.
and for all.
Let's go about this carefully.
they can.
Leave it to me, Ringo.
Let's play it safe, man.
Switching to offense.
Cover me!
You're gonna let it end like this, are you?
How sweet.
Remember to
roll.
pace yourselves, everyone.
You're just riffraff
Can
after
you
all.
do this? Boom!
This time we finish it. Don't you dare run.
You can't escape your fate.
You can't
Almost sound like a gunshot. And it's not, but like, goddamn. Loud pops and banging and shaking the whole place. Let's see what that is.
Covenants. So how could they still overpower my Soma? What did Fig do?
There's the meteor on
Oh, marvelous!
it. Try to carry this one. That was the only danger there, is I had lots of times where I just couldn't full heal. Meat Bullet's so weird. I don't know if it's good. I should test it out. So what Meat Bullet does is it does more damage the more HP you have, but then it drops you to 1 HP. And it sounds horrible, because you always have to have a dedicated like full heal. But I wonder if it's like insane damage with like a charge. Or if it's just a meme. Oh no. Alright guys, I'll be right back. I need to go see what this is. Sorry. It's a gigantic moving truck. Damn, it's loud, man. They must have some big ass furniture they're throwing around. For me to like feel like it's somebody fucking about to knock down the apartment, man. Unless they're moving, maybe they're moving in downstairs. I couldn't tell because they're like right in the middle of the parking lot. There's 2 apartment buildings on both sides. Oh, there's like 20, but it's right in this little area. Hey, what's gonna happen? I thought he had one. Where's his? Did he give it to him? Didn't it say he had the blue one or something?
The purple! What's going on?
The purple! Gave him the old fake covenant trick? When that happened? But we just let the bad guy take them all anyways afterwards?
Hey, get back here!
What in the fuck? He had like 10 hours to sit there and just take them all and we didn't do anything after that fight to stop him, dude?
He got away with the covenants.
Wow, yeah, that's crazy, dude. Can there be a game that just looks like it even puts in some effort to like let these bad guys get away with shit? Like maybe we got in a fight and you know some people are like weak, maybe you know he just really quickly does it, you know, or some contingency, I don't know, anything, man. He literally just stood there for like a minute and just looked at him and said a few words and then just took him and ran away while they just stood there. Can we attempt to have it look like somewhat like like it could happen? What do you call that? The screenplay? Xenoblade 3 was horrible about that. It makes every scene seem goofy. It's hard to get immersed in, man. You have to take so much like suspension of disbelief for every scene, and it's like you could just put in a little effort and it'd be fine. You get to the same fucking result.
Hey, we still managed to beat Zenon. I'd call that a win. But more importantly,
What's going on?
Fig?
Thank you, Ash. You gave us the opening we needed against Iron Mask.
Not a big deal. I was just doing my own thing.
Even so, thank you for being so brave.
Okay.
Fig!
You don't have to shout, Ringo. I can hear you.
We just don't even care, man. The bad guy just walked away with the apocalyptic world-ending MacGuffins, dude. Like, I get the idea of the cutscene was that he's supposed to grab them real quick and get away, but because of how stilted it is and the dialogue they have to throw in there and shit, it just looks fucking goofy, man.
Then don't just ignore me!
I prioritized thanking Ash. I suspected that I would miss the opportunity to do so if I answered your question
Oh,
first.
Jesus. Shut up.
Fig. You're not dead?
You don't have to hold on to that body. I'm not in there anyway.
Then what is this body?
It's a remotely controlled proxy. You could say I took some inspiration from Mimi.
you actually made the babe drone?
Yes. Do you recall my first operation as Mimi, when Saizo proposed a certain alternate form for my recon drone?
Yeah, I remember.
Ever since then, I've been working on this plan to engineer a second body for myself.
God, man. Do you ever just get tired? We'll just stop there. Do you ever just get tired of the fucking bend over backwards explanations to try to make sure they can attempt dramatic deaths of allies, but never actually go all the way through with it? Oh, it happened to have made a second body for myself to walk along with you guys instead of the owl. Forgot to mention that. Like, how about she just dies? You know, it'd be still kind of a cheap emotional pull, but Christ, man, this kind of like bent over backwards explanations. Wow, so many twists. It's just like sad, man.
Why?
Because of the Covenant. I anticipated that continuing to travel unguarded with a Covenant at stake would pose significant risk. To mitigate that risk, I had the idea to create another body. A familiar form with simplified functions. And above all, one I could pilot remotely.
And I never mentioned it.
Without telling me?
For drama.
Without telling you.
Come on, guys. Let's focus on the fact that Fig's safe, okay?
Hey, Fig. Your Covenant seemed to sap away Zenon's power. What happened?
I knew you'd be up against a powerful foe. With the worst case scenario in mind, I decided I'd come up with a fallback plan.
All on your own?
Zenon was using the Covenants to amplify his already considerable combat abilities. He'd focused all their power to that singular function.
Yeah, I think Victor said something like that too.
Right. And that connection, between his own latent strength and the Covenant's maximizing his potential, that was the real source of his power. With that in mind, I concocted a virus with the sole purpose of severing that link, and implanted it into the Yellow Covenant. Both were then transferred into the decoy body, which I built using components from my actual form.
So you can just mess with the Covenants? So what good are these 5 world-ending MacGuffins if you could just like put viruses in them and shit? What the fuck?
And when he took the Covenant from you, that was your perfect chance to activate it.
There was no way to prove it would work. I couldn't guarantee the virus would even affect him, so I'd only intended it as a last resort.
Wow. I mean, seriously, Fig, that's downright devious.
Well, I couldn't risk losing you and everyone else after all. Besides which, it wasn't through my efforts alone. I'd never have come up with it without your combat data from the last fight with Zenon.
I don't want modesty, lady. I want an explanation. How'd you beat the system? I want cheat codes too. Let me in on this.
Some answers would be great, but we need a plan fast. Iron Mask's got the Yellow Covenant now. That means he has all of them, doesn't it? I don't know if we've got time to waste here.
Apparently we do, my guy. Get with the party, man. Welcome to the party.
That's not a problem, Arrow. Iron Mask only has 4 Covenants, including the Yellow.
The purple. The mysterious purple.
The situation is still dire. But Iron Mask has also lost Zenon. That has to be a significant blow to his ambitions. We're not out of the fight yet.
Are we gonna find out why the purple wasn't the real one? Did I say Zangetsu. Kuzunoa. Did we now reveal what was on his phone? Did we finally figure that out also without telling us? For Max twist reveals for no reason.
But then, where's the last Covenant?
I've already identified the bearer of the final Covenant.
How?
I managed to extract that information from Mangetsu's smartphone.
Wow.
But before we discuss that further, let's all get back to safety.
We could mention all this other stuff, but not this part. Find out on the next episode. Yeah, I like how all of the reveals and all the first time discoveries of all these things, like, you know, her figuring out what's on the smartphone, her big plan that they barely allude to. Like, they could have at least like kind of like made it so the player maybe has like an idea that something could happen, or they could have just made it seem really smart where the player was like they incorporated the player into all this to make it seem like we were 5D chess in the game. Man, instead it's just all off-screen shit just so you could contrive this silly set of twists together. Another cliche, hey, we killed your friend, but not really. Does anybody fall for those anymore, man? In this generic of a story, they never have the nuts, man. And even if they do, it still sucks because it's usually just fucking cheap pull, man. But I guess I'd rather some cheap emotional pull that they actually stick to instead of these like contrived ass bent over backwards explanations for nobody dying. Like, are we supposed to feel emotion, dude? That would imply we gave a shit about her maybe dying in the first place. I mean, her character sucks. The contrived twist sucks. The actual presentation of her death and everything just was super cheap and lame. So why would we care about this part? Like, we already know she's back, too, man. Like, I'm in disbelief or something.
Welcome back, everyone.
Are you okay? Are you hurt at all?
You worry too much. I assume you're all hungry? I have a meal ready and waiting.
Some greasy pizza and a jar of mayonnaise. What the fuck's wrong with you? Pizza! Me like pizza! Jesus.
Hey, where's Saizo?
2 things of mayo, dude. Why are we eating pizza with 2 jars of mayonnaise, dude? It doesn't even make sense. They just threw random shit on this table. It's beer, mayonnaise, ketchup, and pizza, dude. Oh god. It was probably this way in the last cutscene. They had pizza as well. I just didn't notice.
Now that I think about it, he left and never came back.
We don't have time to waste. Yeah, cue the slice of life music. Pizza time. Fucking Tobey Maguire comes in. Pizza time.
Typical Saizo. I'm gonna go out and find him.
Oh god.
Ringo, that would be insensitive.
He's with Ash, remember? Use your head.
It's okay. The last covenant is with the mysterious person.
Yeah.
Did Kuzunoa also have an alternate body? Did he, or was that his real body and he gave the real covenant to somebody else and gave them a fake covenant? Kuzunoa's master plan?
Don't worry. He wouldn't do that. I'm sure of it.
You really trust him, huh?
I do.
You know, you've changed too, Fig. I feel like I can talk to you.
I feel like I can talk to you. Shut up.
That's only natural.
Christ.
Tune my thought process to match that of a human's.
God, these are such good characters.
No, not like that.
I feel like we're closer now that you set up all these contrived plans to be a net for our failure.
I can't really describe it, but it's almost like you've become more human since this all began.
Yeah, she had that one cutscene where she showed interest in the orphanage children and talked to Raven. You remember in the 40 hours? That one scene? That was her tipping point, dude.
Really? You think so? That makes me happy.
Wow, the AI that's becoming human, even though they were fully human from the start, and they made it very explicit that that was the case. It's not even like a cool fish out of water or AI becoming like human thing. They just already were emotional.
Human, huh?
Just like, that's literally the whole point. Is they're just like derived from this AI but made to be human so that they could do things the AI couldn't understand, right? Which I don't know how that's possible, considering how would you be able to make something that's perfectly human but you couldn't understand it yourself? Doesn't make any fucking sense. But it's okay, it means Ringo's more waifu this way.
Alright.
She has a real human ass and legs, it's important.
Ringo, where are you taking Mimi?
We're gonna go do something human.
She can fix me, dude. Yeah, I was mentioning this last time too, but the AI has so much predictive capabilities. It can see the future and tell an apocalypse is going to happen, but it can't like whip out a plan for them ever or do anything like, hey, you know, let me tell you about the moon thing, that, you know, this guy's weak on the moon, or tell you where he is, or, you know, set you up a perfect plan to stop the apocalypse or anything. That's impossible, but it can tell the apocalypse is going to happen apparently with 100% clarity. And it's like, I get it, there's some suspension of disbelief, yada yada, but when it's like the crux of the whole fucking story, that this AI is predicting the future and then it never shows up again. And they even go out of their way to say that the AI can't predict a way to stop Zoma or anything, that the AI's plan was just to run or something at some point, and it didn't even make any sense. like they tried to like explain it out, it just didn't work. I'm trying to remember what it was at the end of the last stream. It was like because they tried to cover it because it's a stupid plot hole that they can't explain, but they were like, I think Saizo asked, he's like, you know, can't the AI with its predictive powers set up, you know, try to find out a way to stop him? And it was like, she said, well, the only plan it could give us was that we need to run away or something. And it's like, it didn't make any sense because they wanted a plan to kill it. Why would the AI give them a plan to run away? And it's just like, it didn't even like answer the question. They just like vomited sentences on the screen just as a way to try to like get you not to think about the like god AI that's like like spawn them. Like, if you're gonna make a crazy concept, at least fully flesh it out and own it, and not have it just be like purely just to get Ringo on the screen, man. Like it just feels like it's for, you know, just to make Ringo special. Like, the AI thing has had very little anything impact since then. Just Ringo and Fig, man.
It'd pay well, wouldn't it?
I thought you wanted to get out of all that.
It's just goofy, man. It's like, I could be fine with it if it wasn't like the entire story. Like, that's the whole fucking thing, man.
Well, back then, I think I was so overloaded that I just kind of wanted an escape, you know?
Don't worry, man. The AI, it doesn't need to do anything because it knew that just by spawning Ringo, everything would be okay.
And I mean, looking back on everything now, it's hard to know just what was really going on.
What do you mean?
It's just that the more I think about it, I wonder if I even wanted to leave summoning in the first place.
You're not worried about Phantom? I could always go with you, you know? The team would be alright without me.
I'll be fine. Iron Mask would probably kill me if I tried messing with Project C, but he's got no time to hunt down a traitor right now. Besides, I know you. You won't actually leave them.
Why doesn't she just join our team? I guess because we don't want to have another party member.
That's not true.
Couldn't she just be there?
Yes, it is. If you were serious, you'd never put out the idea of coming with me. You'd just do it. You've got work to do, don't you? You said it yourself. You're a team. And I know you'd always ramble about your world of light, but this time I think you mean it. You even went as far as to drop that stupid "I'm immortal" line or whatever you said.
This is such a shitty character, man. It just feels like an idiot. Feels like a straight dumbass, man. She's not interesting at all, dude. She just says like fucking Dumbo shit all the time, man. But we're supposed to give two shits about their relationship.
So I guess I finally started to come around to the idea. Maybe it's thanks to those friends of yours?
I don't even understand why she was with the bad guys in the first place. She hardly never explained it. She's just like, but just tell them to shut up. It's one of those characters. Shut up. We're gonna fight. And it's just like, just the most irrational shit. Like, if they can make her like some properly like broken, like irrational character be one thing, but like, it's not interesting.
Yeah,
Goofy.
Maybe.
This is goofy, man.
I'll be waiting for you. So go on and take care of business.
Why don't you just help? Dude, they've already had sex, man. What is he so fucking weird about, man? He's been.
Right.
This was his girlfriend. He's
kick
been
things up a
banging her
notch.
for like months, man. I guess because it's back, man. He's back. Affection. It's like freaking out, dude.
Now you're my accomplice.
Good for you, Ringo. Looks like Siza won't be leaving after all.
Come on. You make it sound like I'm only acting out of self-interest.
Well, aren't you?
If you want a real nitpick, why is this bar outside, dude? Everything would get ruined. But that's a nitpick. That doesn't matter. But I do think it's a little funny. One of the few actual locations in the game that it's like an outdoor bar with like no anything, no block from the
Are you
elements.
messing with me?
I think they've eliminated
What's
weather
making
in
such a good
Soul
mood?
Hackers.
Who can say? At the very least, I'm happy everything's worked out between them.
Knew it. You wouldn't be acting like this for no reason. A call?
Who is it from?
Flamma. She wants us to come to the Axis.
I imagine she wants to talk about the contents of Mangetsu's smartphone.
You mean the info you dug up on the Purple Covenant? Guess you finally finished repairing it.
Man, we're just really chilling, dude.
I did.
So who's got the Covenant then? You know, don't you?
Let's save it for when everyone is present. I'll go ahead and contact them now.
Of course.
Welcome.
Oh, God. These have been so dry, man. These conversations are barely worth reading. Well, I like a movie about puppies.
By the
I
way-
kind of do too. And then that's like the end of it. Like, literally, that's like... I mean, that's not the exact text, but
Huh?
it's the kind of shit we got going.
What? Hey! You okay? What? Hey! I'm curious.
Don't forget.
Okay.
Welcome.
Arrow.
What?
Why?
Let's start a comedy
Wow.
duo.
Nice!
Wait a minute.
Arrow.
God, dude.
Huh?
These are so shit, dude.
Let's see some action.
It's been days. Yeah, these are side conversations, but goddamn. Figured I'd do them while I was here.
What?
These are supposed to add like some levity or just different sides to the characters, you know, like little fun sketches and scenes, but they're so, like, the characters are so uninteresting in the first place that no amount of like soulless bullshit can save them, man.
Seriously?
They tried the comedy duo thing
Well,
and it sucked. It's funny.
beat him down. Seriously?
Sorry.
Want a piece of this?
They just have no chemistry. The writing is just so uninteresting, man. They can't write them to be empathetic or like it's just charismatic. It's just it make you feel like anything, man. So like all these extra scenes of them talking are like, I just maybe I'm just so turned off already by all the story that I'm not giving it a shot. I don't know, but you guys tell me, man. Was that funny, man? Was that interesting? Do we learn anything about them? Was it worth 3 minutes?
Nothing beats good food.
Alright, let's go to the Axis. Time to find out what's on that phone, right? It's finally time. We already know that. When you get all the MacGuffins, it summons the ancient evil that lets you remake the world in your vision. Oh, you mean like it's about to happen like right now? Nah, dude. Iron Mask, he had to go lick his wounds for a few weeks. And the purple, since we don't know where the Purple Covenant is, Iron Mask, he has no idea until we know. It's safely hidden away.
That's everyone. Let's get right to it then. There's something I'd like to explain.
Yeah, we know.
So you finished repairing the smartphone?
Yes,
Technically. Wait, is it fixed or not?
I'll get to that.
But yeah, that would be
I need to
funny
explain
if we were
something.
like hours from
First,
the end.
about the data I recovered. There was indeed data on the phone concerning the Purple Covenant. I'll summarize the contents.
Good God, they just spent 30 seconds saying nothing, dude. Remember when they said we were going to come here about the data? And now Arrow's like, are we here about the data? And they're like, technically, yes. But I'll need to explain things. Let me explain some things. I have some things to explain. I'll get to that, but I need to explain in order. Now about the data on the smartphone. The Purple fucking Covenant. It's like, we know. Fucking Christ, man.
Before you do, why meet here of all places?
Because the location is convenient.
Before you do.
Uh-huh.
I like how he interrupts to ask a pointless question.
I suppose I'll get straight to the point.
Yes,
Purple Covenant
straight to the point. The Purple
is
Covenant.
inside of you, Arrow.
Huh? Me?
Wait, didn't we watch that thing get destroyed or something? How did it end up inside him?
Let's hear what Fig has to say.
Arrow, you used to be one of Mangetsu's assistants during his research on the Covenants.
What?
But shortly after you relocated, the Covenant research facility was raided, and by none other than Iron Mask. Among those present at the facility was Mangetsu, who held the Purple Covenant, his assistant, who held the Blue, and you, Arrow. You were there as well. But Mangetsu's assistant was killed by Iron Mask, and the Blue Covenant was taken. Mangetsu knew that it was only a matter
Does
of
our guy
time
have
before they killed
amnesia?
the Purple Covenant too. So it was at that moment he chose to put 3 different branches of his research into practice. The first was the duplication of a covenant. The second was the transfer of a covenant.
Extra small.
The third was the sealing of a covenant. Following his own theory, Mangetsu duplicated the Purple Covenant. In other words, he made a copy, or to be even more precise,
2 inches.
a dummy.
2-inch size of.
After which, Mangetsu absorbed the dummy. He then concentrated the real Purple Covenant into his arm and cut
So
it
rideless.
off, allowing it to transfer to you, Arrow.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You can take a covenant just by hacking off a limb? The hell? Basically died for nothing then.
If you treat your will, or rather, your soul, as the core of the body's senses, then yes, it's possible, in theory. However, it would have required intense mental training to perform.
7. Yeah, what time was it? Like
Just a day or
7 PST or some shit? So 9 AM for me. Or whatever. I'll be up. I'll be like, I'll be bright and early then. Yeah. Restream that.
So by sacrificing his
This will be 40 minutes
he
long.
essentially tricked the Covenant. No, he tricked his own body into thinking it was dead.
I referenced this theory when I transferred the Yellow Covenant to myself, too. And not only that, I'd never have been able to generate the virus without the findings Mangetsu left us.
I like how she knew all this, but still let Arrow go and risk the apocalypse. Because I mean, when he died, the Covenant would have came out. Big brain. Metroid? You think we'll see Prime 4? I don't know that. Zelda maybe. They'll mention at least, right? They said it was for this winter's games, but I mean, they usually mention a few other things too. Yeah, Prime Remaster I could see. Yeah, I'll stream it. If I stream the Marvel one and the Ubisoft one, I should at least stream the good one, right? God, those are so bad. Those are such a waste of life, dude. I lost like 3 hours of my life, dude. Yep, I'll start the stream like 20 minutes in advance and talk about predictions and shit. Let me set an alarm. Yep. Yeah, that's why I like watching them. Even though I say this, you know, some of them are a waste of life, it's fun to talk about and see the state of the industry and what these corps and shit think is worth seeing and talking and all that, this and that. And then, you know, in a perfect world, we actually see stuff that's actually cool. So. Yeah. Yep. I like restreaming them. It's always a good time. I don't usually keep the VODs because I don't trust these companies to not like strike me or something, but yeah, the real soul hackers too. They're like, whoops, we named this one wrong. I'm surprised they didn't put this on the Switch, man. I mean, obviously it's optimized so poorly they just probably couldn't. I mean, like SM25 looks better than this, so I feel like that would be where they could have actually got sales. I got a kick out of that. This has sold 50k in a week in Japan. Splatoon sold in a weekend like 3.5 million. The highest selling game in Japan ever. I just love that, dude. Soul Hackers absolutely fucking bent over backwards, man. I mean, it's niche on top of niche, but like the word of mouth did nothing for this game. Like SMT5 still sold like over 1 million, right? I don't know how quickly, but I don't know if that was just in Japan either. I'd have to see. But yeah, it's not surprising that Splatoon would sell more. It's just that it's such a wild amount, man. There's a certain, I guess, something. Justice. I wouldn't say justice. There's bad things that sell out all the time that game doesn't deserve to sell well.
Guess he technically got his revenge in the end then. Even dying couldn't stop his plans. No wonder they called him a legend. And that's why Mangetsu was keeping tabs on him.
We'll stream in the morning.
He was keeping track of the Purple Covenant.
7 PST, so 9 CST AM my time. Start a little early.
Correct. And this is also when I discovered that Zenin was only carrying the
10.
dummy Mangetsu created all that time
I'm winning. He's winning over here. 40 minutes long. I mean, predictions right now, I don't know. They'll mention Breath of the Wild too, although that's not supposed to come out until next year, so it doesn't really matter. They maybe would mention Mario and Rabbids for a couple minutes because that's coming out in winter. Pokemon, I would imagine, gets a couple mentions since that's winter as well. Something like a Zelda Wind Waker TP kind of like port, I'd imagine, is either going to be this time or on the horizon. I expect a Prime collection at some point close. Bayonetta would probably be there for a little bit. Your indies, I don't know. I kind of hope they announce something kind of like what they did with Paper Mario, like that's actually cool a few months in advance. Because we didn't know about Origami King until like 2 or 3 months before it was going to come out. So that'd be neat, but I don't know. I'm not expecting a whole lot. If it's just going to be winter and then like Breath of the Wild news. But hopefully there's some stuff to dig into for next year, maybe. I already know enough about Bayonetta and all that. I mean, I'm playing them already. Everyone will clap. Haven't they delayed Advance Wars for the unforeseen future? They haven't put it out probably because of the war in Ukraine, dude. I would imagine that's why. It's not classy to put out a game about war in their mind right now. And so it's never coming out. Yeah, like it's done. I mean, Level 5 was working on it. And like they've probably had it done for a while. I don't know. It looks like shit anyways. I hate the new fucking plastic toy box look. But I like Advance Wars. From the ones I've played. I'd love to see the series live on, but I don't know, dude. I don't know, man. I mean, we're releasing games about all that all the time. I think you could still release a game about war and not be considered like a piece of shit, right? It's not like it's whatever. They could release it at this point, but yeah, whatever. Whatever. If they got some moral reason they don't want to, that's probably what it is. I mean, it'll come out eventually. I doubt they're just gonna drop it. I just don't know if it's gonna be years. Does it? I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like the new character art. They feel way too like puffy and kind of goofy looking. I don't like the tweened animations. I think that's the word for it. I don't like how everybody's like really shiny like a toy box. I just thought it looked like junk, man. I mean, a cartoony like style, sure. Like it always had that light kind of style, but it didn't feel like it had that many degrees of separation that it's like a legitimate like toy soldiers and shit. Like, I don't know, I just think it looks bad. Yeah, I get you. I mean, we'll see when it comes out. I might change my tune. I just dug the old CO art. I would have liked to have seen something with that style instead of like this kind of like Cal Arts looking fucking wacky shit. I mean, maybe it's not Cal Arts. Kind of reminds me of it, how everybody's kind of like puffier and more rounded and I don't know, that kind of animation style. I just don't like that as much. I mean, it doesn't need to be like pixel art or anything, but it just looks cheap. It looked like toys, man. I don't like it, but yeah, maybe I'm crazy. Yeah, I need to play the Link's Awakening remake. I'm not super into the art style, but when I could tell, it's at least like well realized. Like it owns it pretty well. Nice use of like shadows to make them really look like little like plastic figures and shit, and as much detail as it needs. I would just rent it. I played Link's Awakening for the first time like 4 years ago or less, so I don't have any nostalgia. I think it was one of the last 2D Zeldas I played, so it's one of those things I'm not really dying to jump back in. Yeah, it doesn't need to be full price. How much are they charging for the Advance Wars thing too? Did they ever say it? Wasn't it full price as well? Which is pretty fucked, man. I think they said maybe it was gonna have full online too. I hope that actually like is good. That would be really big to have, you know, instead of Advance Wars by web and actual like full online multiplayer mode.
That's why I was able to give the Yellow Covenant to Iron Mask.
Yeah, for sure. I imagine, yeah. Gameplay improvements are huge. I mean, a Game Boy has 2 buttons.
This also explains why the Purple Covenant disappeared despite them being indestructible. It's because it was never a covenant to begin with.
Whoa.
But wait, I can't have a covenant inside me. If I did,
You know, one event happens in this game and we have to talk about it for like 10 years, dude. Just in a room, just standing there. I guess this is a really big room this time.
That's where the third branch of Mangetsu's research comes into play. The sealing of a covenant.
Sealing?
After the covenant was transferred to you, Arrow, Mangetsu sealed it.
And gave you selective amnesia.
Are you kidding? Now it's like you can do just about anything you want with covenants.
That'd be funny or something.
That's our fault for making assumptions about them when we really didn't understand anything yet. This is the life's work of a true expert. We should be thankful someone put in the time and effort.
Super AI that can gather so much knowledge it can predict the future, but it doesn't know any of this. I guess Zangetsu's the only person on Earth who knew, and he kept it so under lock and key that AI couldn't find out, man. Don't put such OP fucking crazy AI characters in your game if you're not gonna put some like hard limits on them. Like if you just like brush it all off, it's gonna look stupid, man.
Right. It just so happens that when a covenant is sealed, it loses its light and can no longer be sensed from the outside.
Like we're under the sea right now. We're like under the ocean floor or some shit, right? In this like massive cavernous fucking super chamber. This is a real place apparently. That the AI, this force of like nature, space AI, has like repurposed for its foothold on Earth. And like it can't do anything, right? like look, man, I can disconnect, I can suspend the disbelief, all that stuff, but when it's like such a massive part of the story and we can't even answer it in like a brushstrokey way, like in a good brushstrokey way, like at least some attempt, man. It just seems like a dumb excuse to have these two chicks exist, man. And that's it. Like it's a cool concept, and then they never ever wanted to execute after that. Shit lived and died with the concept. Power games coming out this year and that. What? Which part? Text-to-speech, OPAI, or overpriced remakes? Sorry, there's so many. I kept talking about so many random things. I apologize.
But how does that relate to memory loss?
Oh yeah, AI 2 was bad about that.
The exact cause is unclear, but it appears to be a side effect from the sealing.
Like I'm fine if this crazy AI like creates them and then just doesn't have much power for some reason, or has some kind of like moral reason that it won't like help them any more than it has to because it has trust in them or some shit. You could just throw that dumb reason out there, but they just don't say anything. Yeah, AI one's real bad about it. I mean, they just turn in, especially in 2, they just turn into these things that can just do whatever you want when you need to, like, give yourself an out, essentially, in the writing. Or you need, like, a cool twist. Whoa, they can do this, all of a sudden.
It seems this coincided with Mangetsu's
It's
goal
easy,
to hide the covenant.
lazy. And in this, it's the introduction of an OP AI that doesn't do a fucking thing so far. Yeah, the hand projector. Yeah, or something. Like in this one, it's like extreme. This is like some self-created, it just appeared on its own because of the onset of technology and like space, and the information is just created it somehow. And it's essentially like a force of nature. But somehow it's like completely useless. It's only good at having this room you stand in. Yeah, like you can have something. Like you can end up with the same setup and still have it feel like satisfying. And it would make the world more immersive. It would make the stakes feel, you know, tighter, the tension feel better because you know there is no like no out from like an AI. Like even something this strong can't really do anything, you know, like it would be good. But that requires like some effort, fleshing out your fucking concepts and lore a bit, and creating situations that aren't just like super surface level.
Mangetsu's smartphone included
I don't know,
details
man.
on the
I'm no
as
fucking
well.
master writer, man. I'm not gonna like pretend I've got something figured out, but all I know is this shit's super unsatisfying. Or that part of it is. Also, this looks goofy as fuck right now. Look at them. What are they fucking even standing on, dude? Look at this background in them, dude. Yeah, I mean, literally, that's pretty much what this is. I'm sure at some point in the climax of the story, this whole big AI thing's gonna do something, right? They're gonna have it be some fucking gimmick during the story, or maybe it's gonna take over everything. But, you know, can't have it appear or have any point until then, pretty much.
But unfortunately, I was unable to restore that data.
Oh.
How did they even get here? Can they literally warp down here? Because this is supposed to be like under the ocean, isn't it? Like under the ocean or something.
So some things are impossible.
They said it was like some
right?
kind of cavern that got like abandoned or something. I mean, this is fucking massive. They don't even try it. I don't even understand what it is, man. I don't think this is all virtual. It becomes virtual later. Unless the computer is like virtual or real, but they're in a virtual world. I don't remember what they said. The mood cell, dude. God, dude. I just don't think about it. Where's passion lip,
When it comes to
and all
magic,
them.
very few actual experiences have been recorded. Even with my abilities, I couldn't approximate the data gaps left by the damage.
But we can't just give up. Right, Fig?
Right. If we could observe Mangetsu sealing the Purple Covenant inside of Arrow for ourselves, then we would have the actual experience we need. That should be enough to replicate the unsealing process.
By unsealing the Covenant, Arrow's memories will return, and the Soul Matrix will normalize.
Ah, so that's why we're here. So we gotta operate on Arrow's soul again. Makes sense.
Operate?
So, how are we supposed to view Arrow's lost memories?
We'll create a temporary bridge across the memory gap. We can then try to access the memories on the other side.
There was a weird gap that only appeared in Arrow's soul matrix. There was no way across, no matter where I looked. I bet that's where we find the path to those memories on the Purple
Wow,
Covenant.
it's crazy.
Do you remember that one time when I collapsed?
Yeah, it was right after I came back to life. It was pretty freaky.
That was caused by Arrow's missing memories too, wasn't it?
Affirmative.
So, what are the risks?
Building a temporary bridge is an untested measure. It is currently unclear what potential effects this could have on Arrow's mind.
Nothing. He's gonna be just fine.
Of course, the same risk applies to Ringo as well.
We're gonna
Since
make
her
up
mind
some
is
stakes that will
weakness.
never matter to make you feel like there's some tension
so it's a
here.
total shot in the dark. What's the plan, Ringo?
Yeah, they're gonna be permanently damaged forever, and it's just gonna be so horrible, right? Like, of course nothing's gonna happen, dude. Jesus. What if I put let's keep it as is? Because I get 10 more points
We'll
for
keep
it.
it as is. With things as they are, it'd be better for us to keep the Covenant hidden. But, having said that, this is about you, Arrow. So I think you should be the one to decide.
Could I have some time to think about it? This is a lot to take in all at once. I need to clear my head.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Let's regroup later then.
I'm just gonna do it anyways, dude.
Ringo? Let me explain.
Azuzu. Tower C. Oh, another tower, dude.
Urgent action required.
Take care of this matter and any other unfinished business sooner rather than later. Am I already getting near the point of no return, dude? I mean, surely not that close, bro. I mean, we can dream. I can hope. Man, I can't wait to fight Pazuzu. Except we've already fought him a bazillion times as random trash in other fights. He probably won't show up because he was a boss, though. I don't know what he's weak against. What was Pazuzu weak against in the other games?
Welcome.
Arrow?
What?
Let me be clear.
No.
That's wrong.
What?
Huh?
Just between us.
What?
Wretches.
Welcome.
Why do we even read these, dude?
Saizo.
Thanks.
Can I have some time to think about it? Has a few drinks.
Right.
I mean, we have to be able to go back to the safe house for side stuff to heal, so like, surely we'll find out his shenanigans.
Well.
It says the soul matrix has been expanded now too. Meaning we can go do 3 more super long dungeons. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Although we need Melody to be 60 and up to get that unlocked.
Yeah.
Gonna have to beat some bosses too.
What?
But...
Huh?
Hey!
Melody is so low right now. We're not gonna get any more until story. I just love that the choices don't. You don't grapple with the content of the choices ever. It's purely just playing the number system. It's really cool.
See ya.
Did I get any new loot? I haven't checked in forever. No way to like sort these either, by like when you got them or anything, and it doesn't show if they're new. I have no fucking idea. Don't at me. I hope that's not what he said. It's over if it is, dude. Need to actually just do some fusing. The current era is defined by unchecked capitalism, rampant materialism, and a total lack of intellectual curiosity. Society. All forms of societal growth, whether cultural, economical, or technological, have fallen into stagnant stasis. The populace can only blithely await a great innovation to end their collective ennui. Man, I'm glad the game really digs into all that and really builds that world and shows all that to us and explores it, and you know, awesome, dude.
Hey, Ringo.
They just mention it in a fucking
Bugging me.
cut, like a fucking paragraph, loading paragraph once, dude. That's all the world building you're getting, dude.
Based on what Fig was saying, Iron Mask should have had the Blue Covenant, right? But Zenin had the blue. We all saw that. And Iron Mask is obviously still alive, so how did he transfer the Covenant to Zenin? Did he use some fancy trick like Mangetsu?
That seems unlikely. Mangetsu's research on the Covenants was extensive and complex.
Yeah, it sucks with him.
As was his understanding of the mind, memory, and other abstractions. It would have been extremely difficult for Iron Mask to match his level of understanding in a single year alone.
But how'd he transfer his Covenant to the Zoma then?
Maybe the Iron Mask we know is a fake. That's assuming it was the real Iron Mask who killed Mangetsu's assistant and got the Blue Covenant in the first place.
She's right. The real Iron Mask is already dead. The man behind that mask now is an imposter.
Whoa.
Man, how many plot twists is this now? All I can do is laugh.
Jesus, shut the fuck up, man.
So it really was true.
That would explain a lot of things.
So many twists and turns in this piece of art.
It happened before you Agents of Ion showed up. Iron Mask suddenly stopped seeing me in person.
I guess you would not mention any of this, bro.
Probably because you'd instantly see he
Like,
didn't
characters
have the Blue
not
Covenant.
mentioning things is totally fine if it matches their character. But when they're just, like, left out just to save it for later, just for, like, a better twist timing, that's called contrived, bro. It's just fucking forced dumb shit. Why wouldn't she tell us more about Iron Mask? Like, if we felt like she still didn't really trust us and still kind of had her own, pushing her own agenda really hard, but at this point, been through so much. Fought the band a bazillion times, talking about weird covenant swapping and this and that, like, I think she'd mention it, man. Your character just doesn't, I just don't feel her holding back that much.
That, and he probably knew he couldn't keep up the charade in front of me.
So that's why you were on the run from Phantom.
Yes. I wanted my Covenant to go to my Iron Mask. No one else.
But if you knew that this whole time, why didn't you say anything?
Let's find out.
All you needed to know was that Iron Mask was gathering the Covenants, and he needed to be stopped. Am I wrong?
That's it. No more details would have been important.
As long as you've got all the actors and props you need. Nobody cares who's wearing the costumes, right?
Where he's been, why he's doing it, what he can do, swapping covenants. It doesn't matter. Those details, they don't matter. The Mascetta Man is on screen. I am content. It really is, yeah. Why didn't you do this thing? Like with Fig, why didn't you tell us about your body clone? Why haven't you told us about the smartphone? Why haven't you told... And this is what I mean, is like, the writers like know it's stupid, but then they'll just kind of like give like a half, like, why didn't the AI tell us, that was yesterday, or the day before, I guess. Why didn't the AI try to tell us a battle plan on how to deal with the Zoma? And it's like, then they just put in the most fucking lazy, just whatever answers, man. Like, that's not covering your bases. Literally asking the question the fucking the reader's asking and then like half-heartedly answering it is not the same. It's just like fucking making it a bit more bulletproof and interesting, man. Like, I'm not asking it out of interest at this point. I'm asking it because it's like dumb, man.
So the reason you're going after Iron Mask is...
Like, I have faith, like, ooh, I wonder why she did this, you know? Like, I have faith that there's a cool reason. Like, no, we're like, why the fuck did they write it like this? This is the question I'm asking.
I will make him pay. But that doesn't matter right now. We were discussing what we do about the Purple Covenant.
It doesn't matter, dude. It doesn't matter right now. Turn your brain off, reader. Just stop thinking about the thing. There's a twist waiting later to find out who it is, okay? We can't just say it now. We can't just explore the possibility now. You must wait. It doesn't matter. What? How does it not matter? The person's motivations, like, if they're a different person, we might be able to find something about them. How Iron Mask was killed. By who, we learn some things, find some weaknesses. I mean, if you want to, stop somebody, knowing more about the target's pretty good. I mean, I'm not saying this needs to be 5D chess, but like, you can't just say it doesn't matter, man. You gotta give me something different, man. Yeah, so that's pretty much it, just so they know they thought about it. Not that they give a shit. It's like G Senjo, man. Oh, this and this happens. Just try not to think about it. Like, just move on, please. Get caught up in the next event and forget about the rest, dude. Like, yeah, man. Let me clean up the drool coming out of my mouth.
What's it going to be, Arrow?
That I guess the writers are expecting.
I think I want to try Flamma's idea.
I wouldn't care if this game wasn't like over half cutscenes, dude. Like, at least if it was like good gameplay and level design and mechanics and all that and atmosphere, I could just forgive like a shitty story. It'd just be there in the back. Or if it was just there for like an hour, but it's like, it's not.
Saizo asked about
It's so much shittier when like everything's mediocre as fuck.
Sounds like there might not be any real benefit to it anyway. I need to know why I'm here. Why I'm alive.
Same as... I think there's like 10 songs in the soundtrack, dude.
I think if I'm going to see this fight through, I have to do this.
Almost every dungeon has the same music too. I'd have to go double check, but I think almost all of them have like the same music. Which is really awesome.
Then let's head to the Soul Matrix.
My favorite place. A new gear set for Melody. Can we actually wear outfits in this? Oh no, that's not what they meant. Is it like a new... Oh no, a gate opened, I think. Okay. No, they don't give you costumes in this on your first run through. You have to buy those. That's silly of me. My bad. Don't know what I was thinking there. You have to pay for that.
This should do it.
Get real, am I right?
I'll handle this.
Okay, well, there was all of our important events. I know it's side content for 5 or 6 hours, if I so choose. I guess I'll stream it. Or I could get off and do it for 6 hours like I did yesterday. We're gonna have almost nothing happen. I mean, I guess we'll fight the bosses and get the little 30-second snippets of backstory on each character.
Welcome.
See what these are too.
The client is
Ash.
I humbly ask this of you.
Ropo Realm.
As to this request,
Victor. The last one.
I humbly.
Maybe we are getting near the
power of a
end.
summoner is required.
Good God, man. If you just skipped all the side stuff, which is totally worth skipping, and just busted through this, I mean, there's very little going on, dude. I am curious how much is left, dude. If it was like just a dungeon or two, that would mean that like there was a tutorial dungeon with a bunch of fucking like warehouse boxes, 2 dungeons in a row with the exact same aesthetic, subway lines, a skyscraper dungeon, and then like 1 or 2 other ones, and that's the whole game. Holy shit, man. I think other than the actual level grind, man, this shit's probably short as hell if you just busted through it. The side stuff pads it out a lot. Meanwhile, Soul Hackers 1, like a bazillion dungeons, and it's like half the length of this. Feels like it's longer though, because it actually has stuff happening. Interesting content. I don't remember how long Soul Hackers 1 was. It was short compared to most JRPGs though. I think it was a 30-40 max.
The rest is as you would expect. Do you have any other? I bid you good luck.
Okay. So where are all these motherfuckers at? Well, we should probably go to the Axis. Grab my new upgrades for Ringo. Then we'll find out what these requests are about. Go unlock those, see where we need to go. We're gonna have a new tower to go through in the dungeon we just did.
Confirming. Our objective is to break through uncharted territory in the Arrow sector within the Soul Matrix.
We know. There's not much going on in this, I know.
From there, we'll access Arrow's memory and learn how to unseal his covenant.
Understood.
Nothing to worry about. We got his back.
Let's go.
Is this the point of no return? I doubt it.
What do you desire, Ringo? New function unlocked.
When an ally's bonus attack succeeds, 1 to 2 demons join the stack. When an ally's bonus attack. 1 more skill on demons. Yeah, why the fuck would I do anything other than that?
Hey, come on.
That's true.
Yo, demons and humans fusing? That's always cool when they do that. This game doing it though? I don't want to imagine it. It'd be stupid as shit.
Anomaly detected.
Kill 7 unicorns. Collect 9 items.
Anomaly.
6
Anomaly.
ladies. 9 items.
Anomaly. 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 What do you desire, Ringo? In the name of evolution.
Like I said, from what I've heard, you actually can't finish the side content one playthrough because you can't get enough soul levels to go through the whole thing. It's like all New Game Plus stuff, which is cool. I wonder if there's like story that you miss out on with the characters. Not that I'm like too involved. If it was just like a super boss, it's fine, I guess. Although I feel like you could just have something separate for that you felt like you actually got through some kind of content that you've been working on the whole game. But oh god, compare this to like a Strange Journey side content, right? The like super dungeon that you do a little bit over time, or like even just the fucking like SMT3 one, right? Right. Like these extra dungeons on the side. How much better those are. Said one of them was in Shinsando. Oh yeah, man. Hyogo Onimushi, famed writer of Return to Shirinagasu, laid into this game on Twitter a couple, like yesterday. It was really funny.
Hey there.
I kneeled. I kneeled in my kitchen. I didn't actually kneel, but I mentally kneeled. Based Hyogo, man. He can't keep getting any better, man. He's just always winning, dude, yeah. He had like a 4-long tweet of him classily tearing the game a new one.
Now listen here.
Black Frost.
However, counting on
I just thought it was funny. He can't stop winning, dude. My favorite author of a game I don't like. Or I do like it, but I don't think it's good. But I mean, it's fun. Yeah, what if Shirinagasu 2 is legit, like Hyper Kino, man? That'd be awesome.
Go get him.
Cheating.
A great power may grace our stage. Today's leading role is... I trust you'll handle this.
No, really? No, I didn't not hear about that. Sounds funny though. Or they like, wow, these guys have no taste.
Now, make your choice.
What do they think? They think it was bad, or did they get like? Do they think it was good because it was you guys saying it? We not go to best. Okay. Gotcha.
Ah, magnificent. What skills shall they inherit? Are you prepared for this?
Is it being streamed or is it just some random person? I don't know.
What skills shall they inherit?
Okay. Shame.
Are you prepared for this?
I wonder if luster candy's in those. I mean, it feels like it would be since we got like fog breath and shit. Unicorn's usually like the first guy to have it, or just one of the dudes that has it, but this game has shit in all wacky orders, so who knows?
Ah, magnificent. What skills shall they inherit?
Was Dakini always like a high intellect demon? I didn't think she was ever. I think that was her deal, but maybe I'm insane. She's gonna get war cry, so fuck, I don't even need Tarunda then, man. Whatever.
I trust you can help.
Now, make your choice.
Silky.
Today, a new demon may join our cast.
Yoshitsune. But he's really expensive.
What use could this demon?
And he doesn't have Hasotobi. He does have a heavy physical attack. Sabbath Striker. Is he worth the money? I mean, I got the money, I guess. I could just resummon his ass. But he's already like low level-ish.
What use could this demon?
It would just be for the bamboo slice.
Until next time.
The comp stuff's pretty expensive, and I'm about to do a lot of side shit.
Do as you see fit.
I already have him maxed. I could just
Will you join us for a
see
show?
if I can fuse something with him.
Make your choice.
Can I make Silky with this? I have to get rid of Sudana. Rakshasa's in a while. Oyasumi. Oh yeah, I skipped over like obviously bazillion summons because you just don't get them quick enough.
Make your choice.
Let me show you guys. Oh.
Now, make your choice.
Yeah, look how many fucking Jack Frost rips there are, dude. These are all new too. How many are there total?
Now, make your choice.
We got Melon Frost, Jack Frost, Bee Hawaii Frost, Lemon Frost, Strawberry Frost, Milkkin Frost, any others? They're all elements. Doppelganger. Doppelganger's been a thing before, right? Yeah. Yeah, because it was in Strange Journey. Has there been any new demons in this game? Are there any new ones? Am I crazy? Has there not been any new ones?
Magnificent.
I mean, there's like characters, but I don't know if there's been any like new demons. None of these seem new. I mean, okay, there's the Frosts, but I mean, that's like the lamest new demons ever. Just fucking like palette swap Jack Frost. Not even like new cool Jack Frost designs. Like a Demonio. Just palette swaps. I don't think so. I think these are all been done and in the same, like these aren't like new designs of old dudes either. I don't think any of these are fresh. Which is really cool. I really like that.
Until next
I like when there's not a single new demon. Like, don't get me wrong, I like my favorites. I like the oldies. But even the oldies have like multiple designs at times, right? I'm sure we'll get like one new dude. Maybe the evil ancient evil is gonna have like a name we know or some shit, right? Ooh, he's the one different guy. Gonna have new Satan again. Red Satan. New Satan was cool though.
Look, look!
34. Yeah, let me grind up 34 quartz, dude. Fuck my fucking nuts, dude. Not a million years, dude. Hydron, Rakshasa, Tower C, Karakucho. Thing is, you get so little XP and stuff from fighting shit under you that really just running probably straight to the end and just farming for like half an hour would probably put me in the same place as doing 6 hours of side content.
Welcome.
But like, while I might be like constantly laying into this game, I at least want to give it its fair shake. And I feel like doing a lot of the side content is giving it its shake. Although I don't think anything's gonna magically change. I think it would just be worse off. But, let's see. I mean, I still like finishing stuff.
What's up?
Getting upgrades, but some of the rewards for these are so nothing, man. Here's some yen, or like one consumable, or... Wow, the store prices have gone down and you like never buy anything from there anyways. Are you guilty?
Hey!
He's just buying shit for her, dude. It's obvious.
Why?
Pretty shady.
Keep this between us, alright?
God, we have so many extra points for him.
To tell the truth. Well, anyways. Oh well. I guess I really am that good. What to do?
Witty. Brilliant. I guess that wasn't the character we met, but maybe she's having a rough couple days.
Ringo?
Huh?
Keep this between us, alright?
Sure.
Hurry up. Can't believe that guy.
Skull ring. Okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
It's my time.
Okay. Well, I guess we could go to Karakucho or whatever. See about this Black Frost situation. What level quest is it? I mean, it's gonna make us go back to a dungeon. Very, very rarely I can't think of one. But you actually go and just fight something right there in the spot. But maybe. Most likely they're gonna make you go to some random area in a dungeon you've been to squeeze a little more time out of you. 70,000 yen. Ideal level 46. We are not 46. So I might go do the soul dungeons first, but I'll ask about this to see where it is. Oh, I was getting out of my seat. I was gonna do something. I don't know what it was.
Hey.
Hello. Totally. Yeah, but...
Hello.
Hey.
I'd read most of those before.
Here's what I think. Quite impressive.
Ask a summoner. What, in the other part of town, or what? There's a lot of summoners out there. Summoner districts, okay. Districts, isn't there just one?
Listen up.
Yo. Looking great. How's this grab ya? Get me material. Welcome!
I should have saved that totem memory. I knew I would need to. But we can still get one of these. Ailment Purge would be cool if it was an active skill, right? This is probably from Unicorn also. But since it's not, I kind of don't care that much. It just has a chance of removing, which is fine, but I'd rather just get like increases all allies' defense and prevents that, because you could just use that every 4 turns, straight up. Not gonna be able to do any of these. I need more loot. From side stuff.
Need anything else? Come again!
Well done.
By the way,
Hmm? Oh-ho! Hey!
It's a raven.
Huh? Hmm?
He was holed up in Tower B of the Zaki Hope Towers. Okay. There it is. There's the lucky dungeon. Okay, I think that's all the groundwork laid out there. Let's eat something. Maybe I was gonna grab a bite. I need to have some food ready for tomorrow for the stream. I mean, I don't have to eat right away. I got some noodles. We got the Nintendo Direct tomorrow morning, so probably wake up and just start the stream. What level is that one? 46. 6. We'll do some of this first then. I'll stream it for a bit. But like I said yesterday, so this is what happens. You do a bit of story, a little crappy story, and new crappy story dungeon, and then you do like 3 or 4 hours of walking through shitty side dungeons, and then you do your next crappy story dungeon, and then it just kind of repeats, and there's 3 or 4 normal quests in between, and then there's like 9 requests from Ion for these, and it's the same formula over and over so far. So until we go in, into this area, I imagine. I don't know if this is supposed to be like the next dungeon or whatever, but until we go in here, I imagine there's nothing gonna be crazy. I mean, maybe I could go in there and just see what happens. I don't know if there's gonna be a point of no return. I'd like to get as much story stuff done on the stream as I can. I'm just gonna build up side content. That way I can just put together as much meaningless content as I can at once. I don't know if we're just gonna get some like actual dungeons or we could go see. Surely they wouldn't like wipe my side quests just because I didn't do them immediately.
Incoming! Now we can relax.
Damn. Nothing's happening.
It would seem you've arrived. I will now create a temporary bridge.
Yeah.
Flamma, stop!
I'm fine. Keep going.
Arrow.
Arrow. No. Such will. My God.
You did it. Thanks for holding out.
Let's keep moving.
Remember, it's uncharted territory from here on. Naturally, demon encounters are to be expected. I'll continue to monitor for nearby threats.
Let's see if this is going to be dungeon. If it is going to be dungeon, I'll unlock it, and then I mean I could probably do a bunch of this. I'll do some of it on stream, but I might do some of it off stream. We'll see. This shit's pretty mind-numbing. Well, I love to converse with everybody. There'd be a point where I should catch up on some stuff and do the side content at least off stream.
Close the door. There's nothing we can do for him now.
Is it the Phantom Society? Those bastards.
We'll see.
They killed him!
It's a coping mechanism. Keep my sanity in check.
Arrow, there's something I need you to do.
Memory fragment. Daddy. So just randomly teleports you around.
Dr. Mangetsu, what are you doing?
I'm fine.
What?
What? What? I'd like to just get the meat of this. But it seems like it's gonna have snippets of story the whole way through, so I wouldn't want to do it off stream. Like, I'm literally only doing shit off stream that has absolutely no value. Like, even if it has a little bit of, like, I'd rather save it. This game just happens to have a lot of shit that's completely mind-numbingly pointless. It just gives me a couple mats.
Here goes.
Unicorns.
Not optimal.
No shit.
Okay. Really, man? Here goes. Lowest kill streak buys drinks. Go for the weak spot.
Go ahead, Ringo.
I got you, Melody. Got it.
Jesus. I'll say that. The dying upgrades and all that, they're pretty fucking big. They're not a marginal increase, they're very large.
Let the rebels begin.
It's just, I mean, cool. Can be cool.
All right. Want a piece of this?
Too easy. I was just getting started.
That was close.
Like how we have a few required dungeons in the Soul Matrix as well. Like, even if you don't like this side content, you still have to do 2 dungeons in it. Because you have to do Arrow's first one. And then you have to do this. If you're like, damn, I just really hate this aesthetic. Like, no, you have to do it either way. Is this just randomized? Or is it the amount of times you click on it?
Enemy! Incoming! Close. Enemy!
Name music. The other Soul Matrix ones.
Look out! Careful.
It's silky.
Keep me entertained.
Look out! Enemy! Careful. Now we can relax.
I mean, at least if the visuals were interesting and varied, I could handle just mechanically just non-existent dungeons, but Jesus, it's fucking Cube World, dude. God damn.
Oh, all right. How's this? That's the ticket.
Accessing data.
Take him down, boss.
Took him out.
You like that?
That's your
Oh, you
Like
really
that.
On it, Ringo.
They're going. Let me see. See that?
Don't miss now.
Now, Arrow.
Right away, Ringo. Done.
It's the same company, not the same team.
I could fight like that all day.
So you get your Persona people, you get your SMT people, who I think some of the Etrian Odyssey people and other Persona people work on that, and then like your Tokyo Mirage Session team. I don't know what else they do. But that's who's working on this. I don't know exactly how the teams are laid out and what kind of talent they share. But from how it seems like, this is like a C team kind of game. Or that's my cope. I think Persona's good. I like Persona. I think sometimes the stories can get a bit cliche, or some of them are written, especially 5, like it's written kind of by like a 5-year-old. But overall, great combat, good dungeons, lots of content, great style, awesome music. Solid series. I haven't played the first 2. I mean, I know tonally and just the formula is very different from 2 to 3. But 3, 4, 5, the ones I've played, I like. I think they're all good. They got their little issues, but overall I think they're good games. And pretty much deserve their reputation. But yeah, this is the same company, but yeah, not the same people. These people made Tokyo Mirage Sessions, which was my least favorite SMT game until this one.
Ringo.
So that's cool. I'm glad they've kept up the standards. This one's probably my least favorite now so far. But yeah. I think Persona is really solid. We've talked pretty in length about it. But yeah, it's got, I mean, it depends on how much kind of anime cliches and slice of life annoy you. I think some of the cliches, especially like in 5, and maybe to some in 4, can get a bit too much. Some of the dungeon design in 3 and partly 4 can get kind of iffy too, but for the most part, most of Persona's like missteps is made up for in spades by everything else. So overall, I think they're all pretty great games. We'll see on 1 and 2. 1 and 2 are way more hardcore, serious, and I think they've got some weird stuff in them when it comes to encounter rates and gameplay, but I expect 1 and 2 to be a bit more like old school SMT. Yeah. 5 might cover more than that. That's not too tropey, yeah. 3's got a really cool basic story and premise, and its tone is a little bit more darker, and it's not really focused on all of the party members getting along. It's got more of a distinct thing going on. It still has that kind of like slice of life, you know, live out your calendar days kind of thing going on that the others do, but that's the one where they shoot themselves in the head, yeah. That one's got probably the best overarching story and tone. It's just that's the first one that starts to like put into execution the style that popularizes Persona. 4's where it really popularized it, the calendar system, the social links, kind of a heavier focus on story. 3 starts that, but it doesn't go all in on the anime stuff, so I've always liked that one's, like I said, tone and main story, but a lot of its gameplay is iffy. 4's got like a nice chill murder mystery, kind of dreamy, sleepy town deal. It gets more into like tropey, kind of feel good, slice of life, and I enjoy it for that still. But yeah, some people have a little bit more issue with that, I think, which is totally fine. I might have more issue with it. I haven't played 4 in forever. And then 5's just the best of the bunch objectively. It's just really well put together. Like I said, the style, the gameplay, the level design, it's all really good. It just kind of has a story that's kind of a fucking... that it's cool on the first run, but it kind of like, oh god, like sometimes you're cringing a little bit. There's a lot of just like adults are bad and the man is bad and shit. And it's like, I mean, sure, but the way it tells it, it's kind of just... It's weird to call it naive, but it's kind of got that vibe to it. This isn't Persona, no. It's in the same series as Persona. Shin Megami Tensei. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. Like, Persona 5 is mostly story still, but yeah, I think they kind of lost a little bit of that. Yeah, a little bit of that story quality. I mean, some of the social links are really good. I wouldn't say it's like an outright uninteresting story. I mean, you get caught up in the pace and the events on screen. It's exciting, but a lot of the minute dialogue's kind of like at times. But that's the thing, is like some of those like 3, 4, and 5 personas, right, can be defined almost by their social links. And I think 5 does a pretty decent job of those. That's more your side stuff, but yeah, its main story is a bit. It's fun. It's like popcorn fun, but it's not as interesting. It doesn't stick with you, and it can get kind of cringe-inducing compared to like 3. Yeah, so this is Shin Megami. Okay, so it's Shin Megami Tensei Devil Summoner Soul Hackers, right? So Shin Megami Tensei, or Megami Tensei, is what started it all. Shin Megami Tensei is what came after, and then after that, it's split off in a bunch of spin-offs. Persona, one of the spin-offs. Devil Summoner is another spin-off. So Soul Hackers was the second game in the Devil Summoner spin-off series, and it came out in 1997 on the Sega Saturn. And this is a sequel to it, which has nothing to do with it, and is a big pile of poopy duke that came out a few weeks ago. I would really recommend playing the 1997 game. It came out on the 3DS. 20s. I don't remember when. I don't remember the date. It's really good. One of my favorite SMT games. Really cool atmosphere. Way better than this. But for some reason, this decided to take the name Soul Hackers. It doesn't have the SMT or the Devil Summoner on the front. I guess they figured that'd be too confusing, but they'd still make it a sequel and name for some reason. So it annoys the fans, and it's not really good for newcomers, even though it's totally a standalone game. It's just a bad naming scheme. They couldn't figure out the name right.
I'm not your babysitter. So that works.
And then people wonder why their game's bad too, but anyways, yeah, they share similar gameplay to Persona. Demons and swapping demons and stuff. Not exactly the same. Most SMT games mix it up a little bit.
Don't give me orders. It's over.
Swapping around demons and the general elements and stuff, like, you know, the fire, the lightning, and all that kind of shit. The naming of everything are shared. Yeah, but I'd recommend Persona. 3, 4, and 5 are coming out on Game Pass soon. If anybody's like on the fence, it's pretty easy to try. FPS is your overall favorite? Yeah, I don't know. Like, if I objectively, like on paper, I would say 5's my favorite, but like, I'm kind of that, like, I kind of want to like 3 the most in a lot of ways because I like that tone and stuff. But I think they're all cool for different reasons. A good fursona? Yeah, I think you're fursona. I actually don't know exactly what a fursona is. I just hear it all the time. Is it supposed to be like your spirit animal, but like you dress up as it? I'm trying to. What would be the awesome fursona, dude? I feel like a panda bear type of guy, man.
Still with me? See that terror in their eyes?
Time to kick it off.
That's just sad. Threat suppressed.
Your furry persona, like your stand or something. We'll go with a panda bear.
Enemy.
The big Bara panda bear.
Let's take it.
I guess we're just doing this dungeon right now.
It's dangerous. Careful.
Yeah, if you like elements of Persona, you want to try some other SMT games, this would not be the first one I'd recommend. I don't know. I feel like if you like Persona, what other SMT games would you recommend? Persona kind of does its own deal because of its emphasis on story and slice of life and shit. haven't played Devil Survivor yet. Maybe those. They seem a bit more like that. Devil Survivor, yeah. I think that's the closest you're gonna get. There's more like story-oriented SMT games like Digital Devil Saga and like stuff like that, but the tone and the like anime influence is usually like way smaller. I mean, I think Soul Hackers 1's a great like introduction to like a more first-person, somewhat story-oriented Persona, but I think the first-person like Magnetite system probably turned people off.
I'm entrusting it to you.
Never mind that. You're bleeding.
I don't think people like first-person dungeon crawlers anymore.
Get ready. Now we can relax. Ringo.
See ya.
Yeah, this came out recently. It's been panned by critics and fans. I don't know many people who like it. I think the Japanese really don't like it. And deservedly so. It's not like an absolutely atrocious game, but it's so just, was it milquetoast? That's the word I'm looking for. Just bland and not what you'd want from the company or the name. It's a mystery that it even exists. What, Soul Hackers? Is it that bad at gameplay? I guess I didn't feel that strong, but maybe I've played too many SMT games with worse gameplay. That's fair. I don't know, I guess when I think of Persona, I'm thinking of story focus, and Soul Hackers has a bit more like story and aesthetics focus than it is pure gameplay, right? Like, I wouldn't recommend like Strange Journey, even though I think that has a more interesting story than Soul Hackers. It's just not comprised of mostly story. Yeah, I'm pumped to play some good stuff again. I've been wanting to play Immortality now for a while, so that and Splatoon 3 will be the next thing. I'm gonna play a bunch of indie shit. Yeah, I need a break from the mediocrity, man. Like, Xenoblade 3 was fun, but even that, I mean, I feel like I was bitching about a good bit, but it's a gem compared to this.
Major threat incoming.
I mean, first SMT game, I'd just be like, go play Persona. I think Persona is always the most easily accessible. I usually recommend Digital Devil Saga a lot, too. You want, like, the Persona, or not the Persona, but the story, easy access. I feel like anything with a lot of story is, like, more accessible. I think people are less interested in, like, more gameplay-focused shit. I always feel like a mix is better, so I always say, like, Persona or like Digital Devil Saga, but maybe those are too old. I think SMT4 is a really good one too for mainline. I think SMT4 is a good mix of like gameplay and story. It gives you that tone. I don't know what you guys think.
Kill streak buys drinks?
I don't know. I think 4 is a more rounded experience.
Get lost.
4A is just, yeah, party riding is just too shitty. I couldn't in good conscience recommend that first, especially since it's like a spin-off sequel thing to the 4. Feels wrong recommending that as like a first game.
That was
But,
a joke.
yeah. I don't know if I'd recommend the one with the best gameplay first. And the rest might seem a little iffy. But I guess you'd have better story and shit in the other ones.
Careful. Now we can relax.
Not that the gameplay in the others is bad. They all mix it up enough, like Persona and shit.
Let me see.
But yeah, I feel like easy accessibility is like
Careful.
having a mix of good story in it. I think if you just want a pure good gameplay, I mean, you just go play like Strange Journey or something. I don't think your average Joe would just care about pure good gameplay off the bat. Like if you were just to try to play it safe.
Can relax.
That's why I don't really say Strange Journey. There's not enough cutscenes.
Go time.
And it's paced slower.
Easy shot.
I'm going to enjoy playing with you. Take a closer.
That doesn't seem like a good idea.
All right.
That'll work.
Access.
Ringo, take
I
them
got
out.
you, Melody.
I guess it depends
I'm
though.
not your babysitter.
I mean, the thing is, like, most SMT games are pretty good. So trying to pick like an easy access point, it's like they're good. For me, it's just like something with an ass load of like more heavy duty gameplay, or like first person is something that people generally aren't gonna be weird about. So like I imagine just avoiding those little things.
Out of my way.
Yeah, that's kind of a point too. It's more that like if you ignore that and you're just trying to maybe get somebody into it, like what would be the easiest point? Like whether or not they're gonna like the series or not, like what would be the point that you'd start with? Just to kind of, because I mean you wouldn't be like, oh, go play SMT1 or something, right? I mean it's like that's a bit more interesting. I feel like we've played the other ones and gotten into the thing. I mean, it might. If you have a story to get you into the gameplay and into the level design stuff, I mean, a lot of people just fucking quit shit almost immediately, so I don't know. Like, if you could get somebody maybe into it, and then from there they start to find interest in maybe some of the systems and shit. But I mean, yeah, maybe. That hook. Story hook. Yeah, that could be very true. And we're not really like targeting anybody either, obviously. This is the theoretical, the straw man fan we're making up here, or whatever.
Farewell.
It's always an interesting conversation because there's so many games and spin-offs and I guess styles.
Enemy.
The Persona is usually the go-to.
You ready? Now we can relax.
I don't know. I think there's something to be said about easing people into shit, man. But yeah, I mean, maybe developing tastes or trying things out in more palatable ways and then dive a little deeper in. But yeah, I guess so. I mean, regardless, does that really change the fact that there's like better starting places?
Enemy! Careful.
Or does it just truly not matter for a certain person at all which one they start with? Maybe it's so negligible it doesn't really make a difference.
Get ready.
Not worth thinking about. What is this dungeon, dude? Just keep going to the same teleporter, and then sometimes it takes me to a new area. I don't think it's just randomized.
Wow. Goodbye.
It's like if I started with SMT1, would I like SMT? I mean, I guess maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little different though. I play enough dated shit on here. Might not make a difference. When's the SMT 1 and 2 remakes, brother? If I'm gonna fucking beg for a remake of anything, which I tend to not want to do, but I would pick those. Those actually would have cool potential as remakes.
All according to plan. Fine.
That's the ticket.
Now, Ringo.
Take him down. Give him help.
Now, Ringo. I hate
So less that you could just start anywhere, and more that story heavy SMTs you don't need to prioritize. I guess that's maybe fair. I don't know. I would say that people generally want more story nowadays. I mean, you see how a lot of games are. Your AAAs and shit. Focus on story. I mean, a lot of people take a huge dump on 5 because of that. Above all, when most of it's still pretty awesome. It's not that there's like not exceptions, but that like in general, more people care about the story, so you might as well recommend ones that like have the story first to see if they like the rest of the tone and the gameplay and shit. Yeah, but that's a question of quality, right? Like 4 is good and it has like an acceptable story, right? Like Untold Story is just shit, isn't it? Like I just wouldn't recommend a bad thing. I think is more important. But if I wanted to recommend them something with a last little story, I'd recommend this. But it's more like that mix of quality too. Is it? I don't know much about the story in that. Yeah, I don't know.
Sometimes you gotta risk it. That's the way.
I think wanting to recommend quality things with like ease of access features like story is kind of what I'm going for. Not just like bad shit that happens to have story. Sorry, my brother just got home.
Let the rebels begin. Dinner time!
Damn. Sorry.
Don't be a wimp, Arrow.
I need to shut that down. Argon is about recommending the game with the most story so people can get into the gameplay of the series. Makes no sense. Smaller gameplay wise. Sorry, I am super distracted. Jesus. Sorry, I'm losing the plot here. Well, it's about the mix, though, isn't it? I mean, there's no, like, SMT game other than Persona, I would say, is, like, so predominantly story. They all have, like, a more gameplay, like, focus. There's some that just have, like, a gameplay focus with, like a story attached to it, right? That's why I say, like, 4, right? Yeah, I don't know Devil Survivor. I'm just going off of what I can say. Like, Strange Journey, I would say, has a lot of gameplay, and gameplay that people are probably going to be turned off of first-person shit. But it has an interesting story. It's just that I think that, like, you know, 4's got polished gameplay, it has a story, so it gets people interested who need some kind of plot. But it's still predominantly gameplay and dungeon crawling. Like, it's a good starting point because it has a little bit of everything. And if people aren't just, like, used to, like, gameplay heavy shit, maybe they'll find they like it once they get hooked, right? Like, just going in on just pure gameplay, like, people are going to try it for, like, I feel like a couple hours. But maybe they'll find they like the gameplay, right? And isn't that, like, a common thing? Like, you hook people with the stuff you think that you like to get them into the other stuff? Not, like, common in, like, anything? Because a lot of people just don't know what they might actually like because they don't try shit. Like, yeah, recommending one with bad gameplay that has story is not good. Okay, I'll be right back. It's just like, why not just pick something that puts all of its best foots forward, that includes stuff that people generally like, more like story, to keep them interested. Like, I don't know, I think it's really like a crazy thing. I don't think recommending something with story over quality is the way to go. If there were, like, 0 SMT games with, like, good story, then I wouldn't just recommend one with story just cause. I mean, at that point, there's no hope. I feel like that's Etrian. I don't think you could recommend Etrian as a series to somebody who likes stories. You're just gonna have to try one.
That'll work.
We can target their weakness.
Look, shall we?
Looks promising.
It looks like
You know what to do.
Got it.
I don't know, I just think there's a lot of people out there who've, like, not really tried a whole lot of shit. Who just literally probably don't even play dungeon crawling shit or don't know, like, they've played some Persona, which I guess has a fair amount of gameplay, but, like, a lot of people just skim the surface on that, so I don't think it's, like, really crazy to be like, give something a shot that kind of, like, digs a little deeper into that, but isn't, like, a full-on turn-off, right? Like, some people see, like, first-person games, and they're like, whoa, you know, no way, but, like, maybe if they find they like something more accessible gameplay, or, you know, story-wise or something they're engaged with, that they might get into systems and level design they didn't think they'd like, and then they dig into harder, like, crazier shit.
Now we can relax. Look out!
Like, I don't think it's that a crazy thought? Not saying you're wrong, that's kind of what I'm going under.
Now we can relax. There's one.
Like, I don't think, like, everybody's just, like, hard cut, this is the only thing they're ever gonna like, and you just literally give it to them and they try it. I think people, like, don't always know what they like, and could have their taste maybe molded a bit.
Enemy.
That's why people are like, Cowboy Bebop's entry level, because it borrows from, like, you know, a lot of things that people like in Western shows and stuff, but still incorporates a bit of anime to kind of get you into it. I think you can kind of do that with SMT a little. It's like, yeah, will they like all of a sudden like Strange Journey? Like maybe not, but they might be willing to give it a try. I just think a lot of people just flush entire series and games on a whim. So I guess I'm more just prone to attempt to like wean people into shit.
I've just performed a spell sequence to seal the Covenant. I'm sorry. In a few moments, your memory will become muddled and you'll forget everything.
Of course, selective amnesia.
Out of here before then.
First person dungeon crawler game flopped. Yeah, but more people probably tried that than like something that didn't have Persona in it, right? And wasn't it just bad too? Like, it's also first person. Yeah, that's just like really hard for people to get into. But is there a group of people that gave it a shot because of Persona and story shit? Like, quite possibly. And if it was like good enough, maybe they would have gotten into it. Like, Persona was the gateway. That's why it's got Persona in the name. I don't know. I don't think it's crazy.
But
Really? I've never heard anybody say Persona Q is any good. But I'll play it someday.
Careful. Close.
Look, I'm not under the impression that everybody on Earth, 99% of the time, if I say go to Persona to SMT4, will all of a sudden all like Strange Journey and Soul Hackers magically. I think most people will drop it because a lot of people can't get past their inhibitions with like, you know, first person. It's too big of a leap. The date is too big of a leap. The data mechanics is too big of a leap. The lack of story is too big of a leap. But some people might be like, oh, okay, you know, I do like the gameplay in this. I do like the dungeon crawling more than I thought because the systems are pretty good. Maybe I'll try something with a little bit more, you know, the story doesn't matter as much. I like the atmosphere and, you know, they develop like taste, right? Like, I'm not saying every single person, if I recommend SMT4, everybody's gonna like Strange Journey. Like, it's just like, of course, I'd be a fucking idiot to say that. But I think you might get some people who like would give it a go. I mean, there is a best starting place, period. There just has to be, right? Like, there has to be something. There can't be negligible. There can't be like no best starting place. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying like magically, yeah, Persona's gonna make people care about first-person dungeon crawlers. But did it make more people care about that? And if it was just called like a new IP, like maybe, I don't know. Like, that's all I'm saying. Like, there still has to be a starting place, right? Like, do we just say go for SMT1 and just go through? I'm just talking people's taste. There's so many reasons a game can flop in sales, man. I don't think that's worth even like using, because that's talking about like mass amounts of people. I mean, the quality of the game, the fucking advertising might be shit. I'm purely just talking about people's tastes developing or changing basing on like what you start somebody with. That's most like easily accessible, just the mainstream. Like, are there people who would like SMT1 if they just started with it and then also like Persona 5? Maybe. But I feel like a lot of people who would never give SMT1 a shot. That if they tried some other games in the series, like me, who would give it a shot. And that's the whole idea, right? Yeah, the mainstream isn't built for SJ, but somebody's gotta somebody's gonna like it eventually. It's about getting people to give it a shot, right? And that is really hard. I don't know. I mean, look at like fucking Goto, man. We couldn't get him to play a first-person Dungeon Crawler for like eons, man. Then he finally gives it a shot and he likes him. It's like some people need to be like almost tricked to maybe trying things, man. Because of bias and shit. That's why I say like, you know, something with a bit more of a gripping story, right? Like some people just don't care about pure gameplay. But maybe they'd like it more than they thought when they get a taste, man. I'm not expecting some paradigm shift and the entire mainstream likes something if they just play one game. It's just a few people. Most people are like ultra biased and have no, you know, don't give a fuck. They'll never try anything. They're super ignorant. Don't care. But like some people, maybe. I was like, damn, KDkill, he just played his first one. I gotcha. I know what you mean. I mean, it's an interesting conversation on whether or not starting points matter and if there's a way to get past people's like bias and stuff like that. Yeah, fuck Roman numerals. I just feel like there is a little bit. I mean, you're gonna not get many, but like, I mean, a few people who might care.
Really?
I think that's the point of a starting place. People recommend starting places for like every kind of movie and genre out there. They can't just be like meaningless. Maybe I'm losing the plot a bit on what we're talking about. We were just talking about story in RPGs, but I don't know, man. I mean, that's why so many games put in so many stories nowadays too. It's like that's just like what mainstream appeal. Like that kind of stuff gets a lot of people to try shit, hooks them. Because people are like really ignorant and biased and don't want to try things. That's kind of the idea, is like you get them with that mass appeal hook and then maybe best foot forward gameplay, they get into it and they want to branch out from there. 4 is the best starting place because it's a decent story to hook people in, yeah. So I guess, so yeah, reiterate. 4 I would say is one of the best starting places because it has a story. It's decent. It's got often enough cutscenes, I would say, but it also has good gameplay. It's overall just got good quality, and it kind of gives you like that tone that you'd probably think somebody that you think's worth seeing. I think that's kind of where I'm at with it. Yeah, I mean, maybe. That's true. That's a good point. Who was playing 4 recently that said something like that? Was it Sam? That's true. I mean, that's a little different from us talking about whether a starting point matters and all that. We're just arguing whether 4 is the best starting point. That's a different conversation. I was getting into like the theoretical, like, well, what is our starting points worth? Do they actually matter? Or people's taste just like predetermined? But I mean, is it the best starting point? I don't know. Maybe not. But the thing is, if you go farther back, it's gonna change like gameplay a bit. Yeah, it does have a pretty hard start, and until you see like that point after 5 or 6 hours, I don't think the tone really sets in. So I guess if you really have like no attention span, the beginning's probably bad. And that probably matters the most, is that first initial hit. That's fair. I think 5's a fair point too. I think 5's exploration, like the big world and the fancy cutscenes and all that shit, some of that's reminiscent of like Xenoblade. The story starts out interesting. It does have that initial hook. I think people who care about story are gonna be let down by the end, but I guess by the time you find that out, you might be fine with it. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have much story, but I think everything else it does is really tight and has the production value I guess people would like nowadays too. I guess that's one thing, right? Production value matters almost more than story, possibly, right? Maybe. Graphics, stuff like that. That's pretty mainstream, kind of. 5 has pretty good production value. P5 does. I mean, SMT4s isn't bad. They have great atmosphere and shit, but I mean, do they have big, giant, crazy scale and cutscenes like 5? Probably not. But 5 might hook you quicker. That purely depends on how much you like exploring, but I mean, at that point, yeah, you're fucked. If you can't enjoy exploring 5 even a little bit, then yeah, it's probably no hope anymore. Well, to get people to play something, sure. To get people to become a fan of a series, that's kind of what I'm saying. I mean, at the end of the day, the biggest pile of dog shit on Earth could get people... I mean, you get Pokemon, right? That's not the biggest pile of dog. That's been extra. But I mean, like... marketing, hype, brand recognition, other people playing it and shit. Like, I mean, quality doesn't matter, but that's been a thing forever. Yeah. I'm talking about the like it part. Giving it a chance, yeah, I mean, nothing beats peer pressure, you know, marketing, hype. That's why people hire like influencers and, you know, pay streamers to play shit, right? I mean, of course, that's the best way to get somebody to try it. But that's kind of where I'm at. It's like, if I could just get somebody to try it. If somebody came in here and they just play any fucking SMT game I said, no question. Like, what's the best place? What would they like to make them a fan? Right? And they were just like really basic, you know, they're really, you know, basic taste maybe, right? It's like my fucking mom or something, right? I mean, no offense to my mom, don't mean it like that. Yeah, it's not the best question. My mom probably very different from your average person who's gonna play some games, right? Like your dude bros. Jack bros. you're of the mind, just go straight through the filter. Yeah, get out your emulator, get out your virtual boy emulator, start playing some pure arcade Jack Bros, dude. If you can, I don't even like Jack Bros. I would call, if you gave somebody Jack Bros, they'd be like, "Yep, I'm done with the whole series. I'm good." You'd have to then explain to them that that's not how the whole series is, and it's a horrible starting place. That would be funny though. Yeah, I think getting somebody to try something and getting somebody to like a series, I think it's a different thing, right? And nothing beats if you get somebody to try something, I mean, if you could figure out how to do that and then you'd be a bazillionaire. That's the whole point of marketing, right? But I feel like if you could get past that point, yeah, it's like what would be the the most easy access, like you'd get the most people to like actually enjoy it, and then hopefully go from there and other shit. It's like, I guess 4 or 5. Nothing with first person. I think that scares people too much. I think old graphics, anything pre, like, I mean, the better the graphics and presentation, the better that's gonna go. I mean, I think people care a lot about graphics and presentation. I think people maybe care less about raw graphics than they did maybe 10 years ago. But I think people at the end of the day still want like good cutscenes, crazy shit going on, right? They want presentation, visuals and shit. I think with indies and graphics kind of stagnating a bit, it's changed a little, but I think that's still generally what like your mainstream would want. Completely over cutscenes. Yeah, I mean, maybe that's the way things are going a little bit, possibly. I mean, maybe the movie game of yore is getting a little old to people. Yeah, see, that's what I mean, Fast. Because I mean, we're talking like, I mean, people, if you're in here right now, you're not who I'm talking about, period. Like, it's just, you're literally coming on a fucking like website for video games, then going to a small streamer who's just talking in depth about like random video game theory bullshit and critiquing. Like, it's just, you're just not even in the fucking, you're not who we're talking about, right? Like, we're talking like just Joe Blow. Like, what would Joe Blow's just, now I sound pretentious, like I'm the enlightened masses over here. But like just Joe Blow, because I mean, if it works for Joe Blow, it would probably be closer to maybe it works for like a couple, you know, somebody who just maybe even has an interest in JRPGs, right? I don't know, maybe Joe Blow, it's too hard. Some people just would see Persona and it's too much, right? At that point they have to get over liking anime or hating anime and shit like that. But like, I guess just somebody who's just like casually into like games, and they're like, oh, I'm gonna try this here SMT series. I mean, I would say Persona, right? I mean, in all of SMT, I would say Persona. I don't even know if you could argue that, but like outside of Persona, I feel like, yeah, 5 or 4. I think you just have a higher chance of getting people interested in something like a Persona, right? It just has more story, it has more just like those surface level, like there's not really many challenging themes or anything crazy, right? Like a P5, it's kind of like your cape shit, it's just real fucking, you know, hunky-dory. It's got some surface level drama and cliches, it's cool, right? But I think if after that you wanted to dig a bit deeper, then yeah, probably 4 or 5, probably 5 like you said. Yeah, I mean, that's true too. I guess it's a few layers beyond that then, right? Like, I mean, if you've never played a JRPG, I wouldn't recommend SMT right away. I might recommend Persona though. Do you think Persona would be bad to recommend somebody who's never played a JRPG? Persona 5? I wouldn't recommend mainline, no. But Persona 5, maybe. You think that'd be a bad one? Yeah, I guess, see, then there, yeah, there's your anime issue. Alright, Les wants to be in fucking stasis, dude. I should be running through dungeons right now while I'm talking. Yeah, I mean, we're making up a theoretical person here, but I mean, that's the idea, right? That's why I like to tailor recommendations based on the person and their taste and what they're into. But if somebody just came in here and asked me like a general, I want to get into SMT, and I was like, well, what kind of JRPGs or what do you like, you know? I imagine if they were like, I like gameplay or I like story, you know, I'd be like Persona 5 or SMT 4 or 5 or something. Or safe picks. If you barely knew anything about them. I mean, I guess if you could like narrow it down more, I mean, that's better, but I imagine like when people come in here and just ask me what they should start with, I mean, usually they have no fucking idea what they like, so. I mean, maybe, but I mean, if they already tried it, then who cares? That's not who we're talking about, right? Talking about like uninitiated folk. I mean, if you've already played or tried a bunch of SMT games, then I mean, it's not really who we're talking about, right? Unless I'm misreading. Where do I want to go? Also, did I get texted? Suck. But yeah. I'm saying Persona 5 was very popular, and if they were likely to be willing to play it, they probably already heard about it. I mean, is that true? I mean, does that just mean like everybody on Earth? It's already over, man. Persona 5 is already so big, like they would have tried it already, right? Like I don't know. I mean, I'm saying like somebody's like, you know what? I want to give SMT a try. Maybe they didn't like what they saw of Persona. Maybe they were kind of interested. Maybe they just haven't heard of it. I mean, not everybody's heard of Persona, but maybe you're right. I mean, someone who rejects the anime reject an anime out of principle, yeah, that's gonna be almost impossible. Because I mean, every one of these has like anime art and shit. Come on, you really think that like every single just because Persona's that big that like anybody who's ever gonna give Persona a shot's already made their decision? I'm talking about somebody who's like asking where to start, right? I'm not trying to like persuade somebody to ever start the series from like scratch. Well, yeah. I'm talking about recommending like Persona 5 now. Yeah, I mean, if somebody saw Persona and was like, oh, I'm not interested in this at all, for whatever reason, then they wouldn't even ask me the best place to start. Yeah, they wouldn't even bother. But I mean, it's not what we're talking about, right? I'm talking about somebody who's like, hey, where do I start with SMT? Or whatever. Like, they come in here, they're like, hey, I've never seen this game before. This looks interesting. You know, what's a good place to start in this series? I'm like, Persona. They're like, oh, I've played Persona. I like that. What about those here SMT series? And then you could go from there. Right? I don't know. I think we're branching into so many conversations, man. Like, I'm just like, what's the best starting place in the overarching SMT series? And it's like P5, and then like if they didn't care about Persona, if they've already tried Persona, then that's a different question, and it's like, and then like SMT5 or something. like whether somebody's going to even get to the point to care. Yeah, that's like marketing and like stuff like that. Like I'm not trying to like persuade people to play SMT. Just recommending a game that might get them into the broader SMT series. I feel like all those are very different like forks in the road. And like most people just aren't gonna give a shit. If they can handle anime and story, hoping they'll handle it. Yeah. I don't know. I just think that people can like things without expecting it sometimes. If you give them a shot. Not everybody, but it can happen. And that just like people are just like, yep, I already got everything figured out. I'm gonna try that. It's like, well, I mean, what's even... I guess that's where I'm at. But some people can kind of get like molded or discover things. And I feel like having like a decent recommendation or starting point can matter. And not just like playing whatever because they already got their taste totally figured out is kind of like... Okay, that's how that works. It would be interesting to see who all actually even knows about Persona. I mean, yeah, it's a huge thing. I think that's your bigger, if we're just talking about that now, like, you know, totally different, but like, on average, who even knows about SMT? Since the Persona dropped the SMT thing, that would be interesting to learn about. Where am I even going right now? Am I gonna just finish the dungeon down there? I feel like I am. I need to eat. I'm hungry, man. Who is this nerd? Is this like the end of his area? Maybe I should go do the rest of the dungeon first. Hey, it's Meta. No, it's not Metatron. Who is this one? Will they be too high level? I don't know. We'll find out.
Foolish.
I guess I could have went through Tower C to get some more levels first. If I get wrecked, we'll do that.
You know the drill. Don't be a hero. I hate coin flips.
Sandalfin.
Want a piece of this? As long as we work together.
Don't know till you try.
That's a hit. What's
Let's
our
roll.
opener?
Here, take this. I will
Listen,
buy
you're
all
right.
you want.
What's our opener?
Yeah, I guess it's a pretty complicated thing though. everybody stands on this right now. I've lost the plot of it, but I just think there are starting places that'll just work better to get people into a series. Whether it's like super gonna make a huge difference, whether it's gonna, you know, be ultra, you know, massive, like I feel like there just is, right? And I think an SMT appealing to just more like popular shit, like just stories and presentation matters. I mean, they all have gameplay and a lot of it, so it's like, alright, I'm losing the plot then. Because we were talking about like marketing, and then we're talking about people who like anime, and then we're talking about Persona's already popular, and I guess I've got a very like pointed idea of what we were talking about. I'm missing the plot. What was your just like overall take then?
Sure, Melody?
We were talking about so much stuff, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not trying to like shit on you, straight up. For having the best story overall doesn't make it the best entry point just by that alone.
What do you think?
That's fair, and that's a totally fair point. And I think what you said about the intro is a good point. Yeah, I think the introduction and the presentation I think makes a big difference. Like, which is I guess what you're saying about 5 being better. I think there's something to be said about the overall quality of something keeping people there, but I guess at the end of the day, if it was somebody who's really not into any of them, most people quit games really early, so that intro probably matters more than maybe the entire story does. Like if you could get somebody past the intro of SMT4 like a good 10-20 hours just kind of into the game, I think they would probably grow to maybe SMT just in general more than if they just went all the way through 5, because 5 has, I feel like, more hiccups by the end. But I think you're more likely to get into 5 and get to that 10 to 20 hour range, which I think matters a lot. People drop games instantly, so that intro makes a big difference, and you're right about that. Yeah, availability, and that's another thing, is availability. I mean, SMT5 is just more available, right? Yeah, if you just didn't care about, you know, age as much, and you could just get a hold of any of them, I tend to put Digital Devil Saga up there as a good like entry point as well. I think it captures the tone, has a fair amount of story, has a lot of your same abilities and customization. I mean, it doesn't have the demon summoning shit, but I think it captures a lot of what's cool about it. But yeah, I think it's got a decent intro, didn't it? Yeah, I mean, you immediately start fucking people up. But I agree with Fast that yeah, that presentation is a big deal. I mean, that's the point where you ask people shit, right? That's why I like tailoring recommending. I don't like when people come in here and ask. Well, I mean, I don't mind. I don't hate the people for doing it. But just asking, like, what's your favorite game? What game would you just recommend? Just period. I'm like, oh, I don't fucking. I mean, you know, I want you to like a game. I want you to get into something. So I don't want, like, recommending shit just willy-nilly. So I guess at that point, yeah, you'd ask some questions. But if we're just talking general, which I am, yeah, I don't know. I see a lot of people argue for 4, but I think your point about the intro is pretty valid. 5's probably a good place as well. And accessibility. I mean, accessibility is probably the biggest thing there. If you didn't have to care about accessibility, I think 4 and yeah, maybe Digital Devil Saga are on the table. But most people aren't gonna like go find the game, right? Like, it's just not a thing. What is Principality Week 2?
This'll turn the tables.
I usually, even though a lot of people say to do, Yeah, the only thing with Digital Devil Saga is it doesn't capture the demon fusing part, but I think it has everything else. I also think the fusing thing, while it's cool to the series, is maybe a little bit like extra step down the rabbit hole. Persona keeps it pretty light, right? You just have one character who fuses. Like full party member fusion's a bit more like hands off. So you could argue it either way with DDS. It's less representative of the series because no fusing, but it's also like, I think, more accessible because it plays more like a typical JRPG. Yeah, and that's weighing what's the most important part of the series, right? Which is fair. You know, maybe if you think the most important part of the series is fusion and that's what most people are going to get into, I would say story and presentation and keeping it somewhat similar to like your more mainline RPGs will probably ease people in more. I think the most important part of SMT is probably, I mean, demon fusing, atmosphere, and interesting like fast gameplay. I guess atmosphere is like everything, right? It's like story. That's like music and presentation and shit. But like, I don't know. I think that's why it's hard to recommend. Is like, I haven't. Yeah, they're pretty good. Yeah, I just think like on average, like if you didn't barely know the person at all, and you were hedging your bets, and you were basing it off of just like what's your average Joe Blow who likes video games like, I mean, the chances of it being more story presentation focused and not wanting like super challenging, ultra, you know, like low graphic, first person type of shit, I mean, I just feel like that's high. And so it's like DDS, it's like, I mean, it still has all the same gameplay beats, it just doesn't have the fusing, but I think it captures what else is good about SMT while still having more cutscenes and a traditional like party member system. But I think it eases you into those other cool parts well. But that's why I would say like 4, I guess 5 would be better. Because it still has presentation or story, but it also captures more of what makes SMT. I think the no fusing is part of why I'd recommend TDS for some first people, in a way. Because everything else is a little bit more crazy in that. So that's kind of like your familiarity thing, right? Oh, it's like Final Fantasy or something, right? I can get attached to these characters and I play them and stuff, and I feel like that, I mean, that's traditional, so it's like what's popular. That's kind of why I say that as like a starting point. What do these people got? I was swapping here for something. I was looking for Principality. He's weak to lightning and attack. Yeah.
As long as we work together, we got this.
I won't stop you, but...
Eat this! Ready to go. Here goes.
Hope this works.
Okay, he's weak to good, that's good.
You know what to do.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's where the opinions differ, is it's what do you value the most and what do you think people are gonna be most interested in.
Looks like it'll work.
For me, what I think mass appeal is matters a lot. I think finding that blend of like mass appeal, because people are like pretty closed off with what they're willing to try, while still retaining some element of like what makes the series good and quality. Trying to find that blend is like the goal.
That looks like it'll work.
And that's why those 3 I think are good. Like, Strange Journey is one of my favorite SMT games, but it doesn't have the mass appeal because of first person and like a really heavy amount of gameplay, and it's pretty difficult. And it's like, you know, I don't know if I'd say P3 because it's like, oh, okay, are we including Persona? Like, I mean, are we just not including Persona? Because I mean, Persona 5 is the best, like, place, isn't it? Like, I mean, pretty much, unless you think like they're the kind of person that's going to like hate 3 and 4 because 5 has better mechanics, then like maybe you could get them to start with 3. But for like not including Persona, I think Persona 5 is just always the best choice. But just for your average, like if you barely knew the person, you just be like Persona 5, give it a go. And if you don't want to, if you want to try mainline like non-Persona type of shit, then like, yeah, 4 or 5. Good job, Brother Saga. Damn, that damage, dude.
I'm not your babysitter. That works.
Blow 'em away, Melody.
That should be the trick. How about that, Melody?
That works.
Yeah, but the question is, would they have liked it anyways at that point? Right? Like, that's kind of what I mean, is like, at the end of the day, you start somebody with Persona, and they like it a lot, and then they go try SMT, and they don't like it. It's like, they might not have liked it anyways, but there might be those people who played Persona, and they're like, wow, I really like the demon fusing. I really like that core gameplay. And then they're like, oh, well, I can get that in these, and then, you know, maybe they like the rest of it from there. That's kind of what I mean, is like, you get people on like a couple things. Like, I feel like somebody who starts with Persona, like, if they didn't play Persona or SMT, would they like SMT if they didn't play Persona first, or if they did play it? It's like, I don't know, I might be where, I think it might have been Fast I was talking about. I don't think it would really make a huge difference. I think if you expect that exact Persona experience, then yeah, you're gonna maybe have some misconceptions, but I guess what I'm saying is there's like a small group of people who are going to like elements of SMT in Persona that might give mainline SMT a shot that they wouldn't have before. But maybe Persona's just too fucking different. Maybe those preconceptions are just gonna happen.
That's the ticket. Do it, Melody.
Gun. Does she have gun?
Help me out here. Do it, Melody.
It's all you.
You gonna try it out?
There's no way this works on him. He's gotta be immune. They always are.
You must be hungry.
Because don't get me wrong, I think on average, like 99, probably 90% of the time, that's just a random number. Like, I mean, you know, it's going to be hard for somebody to get past their biases and shit. But like, can you give people like gateway? I mean, it's like a gateway drug, right? Like, can you get people like elements that they might not have known they liked by using something that they do like, that commonly people do like stories and presentation? And that's kind of the idea. I mean, is there an argument that Persona 5, somebody could like it so much that it warps their expectations for the rest of SMT? Maybe. And if they just started with SMT, maybe they would like that and better. They didn't go into those preconceptions, but I don't know. That's a pretty deep fucking conversation to have. That's talking about like taste and expectations, and I feel like that's on the recommendation or the recommender to like manage a bit of that, right?
This'll turn the tables.
YouTube review of some game. You know how I am. I don't care about story video games. I played until I mashed through all the text. Yeah. Well, yeah, that's where you ask the person. That's why I don't just make like wacky. That's why I like to try to ask questions, because yeah, you're gonna get that person who's like the hyper chat who just skips every fucking conversation.
Scanning hostiles. Grass
That's the ticket.
Go, Arrow.
Appreciate the advice.
Let's roll.
That's your plan, Ringo?
Boom! What do you think? It's all you.
All yours, Psycho.
Okay.
Nice. Let's finish this. Get lost.
I need to switch the other shit around a bit.
Out of my way.
One bros. What happened? One bros.
As long as we work
Good
together,
idea.
we got
Let him
this.
have it, Arrow.
Good idea.
We'll take them down.
All right.
Let's go about this carefully.
Listen to it, got me.
What are you thinking?
I'll try.
That'll
and do
work.
Yeah, but see, that's because you have misconceptions about the game and shit. Because of, I guess, where it is as an SMT game. But you're already a fan at that point, right? Of some kind. You're a fan of something. It's more just like somebody who just... I don't know. But like I said, that's the question. Is like, would playing Persona first, for some reason they just really liked it, make them like less willing to like SMT? It depends on what they liked in it. My point is that like, even getting anybody in the front door will get them familiar with something maybe they hadn't liked, and then be willing to go from there. And it's like Persona has the highest chance of grabbing the most amount of people to maybe get that like 1% who actually do like more than just, you know, the story, right? They'll find they like something in it, right? But maybe is Persona gonna corrupt people like it corrupted you from doing Persona forever by playing it mainline? I don't know. That's a different question. The song's all better than the near chanting one, by the way. The near chanting one has near chanting and gets stuck on the guitar part. Yeah, I would say I like this better, for sure. The near one's cool, but I like the robo, or the synth voices in this a bit too. These are the best songs in the game, though, the boss battle songs, I would say.
Here goes.
It's a shame that, like,
Shall we?
a lot of them just don't have much atmosphere.
Give that a try.
Like I said, this one's cool, but what's it in service of, right? These like goofy characters in a cube world with no story behind it. There's no cool shots, there's no like gravity to the fight. It's a nice song on its own, but like that's kind of sadly as far as it goes for me.
Finish them off, Psycho.
Got it.
Let's roll.
Would you say this song doesn't really have like an SMT flair to it either? Does it kind of just sound like a good song that could just be in anything? Does that matter?
Help me out here.
Chop chop, Saizo.
Let's go.
All right.
Here I come.
It's all you.
Send them back.
It's all you. All you.
On it,
Lily.
Ringo.
What?
Out of my way.
Like, at the end of the day, just a good song. It's a good song. It's nice.
Foolish.
Didn't see that coming.
Jesus, dude. Sharply declined, no doubt. It went from making her fucking... So when they say it's going to make her shit decline,
Target their
like her resistance decline, I'm like, okay, she's just going to be weak. Not, she's going to take... You get instantly killed by fire after that. That's fucking goofy.
You know the drill.
So here we go.
Help me out here.
I know we can.
All right.
Take it away.
That's fine,
This
but...
ought to be good.
Looks like it,
Say
Saito.
so.
I don't remember exactly what Heat Riser did, but yeah, I guess
Gotta
so.
win this.
Here we go.
No matter what.
You are way too reckless.
Thanks, Ringo.
All I'd seen from Persona back in the day was the social link stuff and didn't have a clue about the gameplay. My real first touch was watching you do P5 really.
Charge!
Bloodlust is just attack and dodge up. There is no ranked buffs in this. Your max buff by using it once, it just goes up to +1.
You know the drill.
So there are some that give you one of each and down one of each, like Warcry in this and shit. Yeah.
Good idea.
Now there, so you.
What are you thinking?
Let's go about this
Change
carefully.
this up. I hope
Try all you want.
That's fair fast though.
Let's go.
That'll work.
But that's kind of where I'm at with this. Is like, I'm fine with, I guess, being the music being different. But that's the thing with like Soul Hackers, was that you could say it doesn't feel maybe like SMT, but it executed its own aesthetic and presentation really well, right? I guess is what I'm saying. Like, this doesn't feel like, the music doesn't feel like it's like mixing with anything else really well. Maybe it's more because of the visuals sucking and that there's only 10 songs in the game. Where it's like Soul Hackers, I feel like all of its music, some of it was kind of synthy and industrial and shit. Really matched like the more tech look and story and shit. It made, I feel like it combined to be more of an atmosphere. I guess it being like SMT, yeah, isn't as big a deal as it actually executing like some kind of vision for its presentation.
We can target their weakness.
And that's kind of why, like, with this game, that while a couple songs are good, I don't care as much. Because it doesn't have everything else going on. Like, I could listen to this song or something on its own, but...
What do you think?
Got it.
Ooh, that'll work.
Aim for their weakness, Saito.
Like, what's the difference between this and, like, a really cool SMT5, like, boss or something, like... that had good music, like Shiva, or like... I guess the first time you fight Hydra, or like Ishtar, or whatever the fuck. It's like, the visuals and everything else in it, right? Like, the music's louder. I mean, this music is boosted by 40% and still not even loud. And I think it's that overall presentation. There's like more of a vision. The music really meshes with like the atmosphere better. In this, it's just like, hey, there's a cool song going on, which is hype, but like there's nothing else, right? Which hurts the overall thing. I guess, does that make sense? That's what I'm getting at. The question of whether, yeah, I mean, it needs to sound like SMT or not, maybe that doesn't matter.
That's your cue.
Ringo, take
I guess to me, nailing some kind of vision matters than having it adhere to like some really strict, arbitrary code for what the game's supposed to be like. Because there are a bunch of spin-offs, right? I mean, it's a spin-off, it's fine. Like, if this song was in like a mainline SMT, I mean, maybe that'd be a little bit more weird, but... Persona buff system? Yeah. Pretty much. Three turns. With the chance of extension occasionally. These reused fucking animations, man. Yeah. That's true. I think, yeah. For me, it's more execution of like a vision, and there's like an atmosphere I can really get behind, I suppose. How many times have they shown that cutscene? 3, 4, 5, 6 times. I think every gate or every boss. Every single character has one though, so if you just swap the models, I mean at this point it's been over 10 times at least. Because I think it's after every boss. Because they all do that, the exact same one. And every time you open a gate, it's the same cutscene of her, like...
You can do better.
Like, turning the stairs on, so that's been shown like 20, 30 times. Andros about to, yeah.
I'm not done yet.
Not yet.
Come on, Raven. One more round.
You're really dedicated to this, huh?
Of course. I have to be. If I'm ever gonna be a summoner like you.
I can't imagine higher praise than that. Makes me glad to be a summoner myself, but no. I think we'll call it here for today. There's something I want to talk to you about.
Talk?
Talk.
Your spiritual control has gotten a lot more consistent. I can tell you built up your stamina too. You handle your demons like a pro. But most importantly, I want you to understand this. You got a good heart. That's the most crucial thing a summoner can have. If I had to guess, you'd take your strength of will from that promise, right?
Yeah.
I see. Well, Arrow, if I were you, I'd keep an eye out for word from Yatagarasu.
What? You...
Yep. You're licensed. Now you're officially an agent of Yatagarasu.
I'm...
Congratulations, Arrow. I know how hard you've worked to reach this point.
I'd never have gotten this far if we hadn't promised each other we'd be heroes. I know, Kaburagi. You're out there too, fighting your own battles.
So this is what you guys are missing. Every few hours, pretty much. Well, you're not missing any of these. I don't think I've not shown more than one of these on the stream.
I saw a familiar face in there.
It wasn't long after I met Kaburagi that I awakened my potential.
We already know about Kaburagi. We already know about him training under Raven. So none of this is like new. They just show a bit of it.
That's when a Yatagarasu scout saw my powers, and at Komodori.
This is your big reward for doing like a 2-hour dungeon section.
I spent my teen years there. And when I graduated,
Or
I found out
hour and a
about
half.
summoners,
2 hours a little
and that Raven
dramatic.
was one of the best. I knew I wanted to be a hero. But when I saw how he fought to make the world a better place, I realized he was the kind of hero I wanted to be. So, I set my sights on training to be a devil summoner.
And you figured that's how you'd fulfill your promise to Kaburagi.
Yeah. I met up with him again when I infiltrated the Phantom Society. We had this long talk about how our lives had gone after I left the city orphanage.
How'd he do?
It wasn't all that different from my situation after I got transferred to Komodori. He awakened his abilities too.
So the only reason you two ended up on opposite sides was just a twist of fate.
If Kaburagi had awakened his power first, or if the Phantom Society had found me at the orphanage before Yatagarasu stepped in, then things might have been completely different.
Well, that's a hypothetical. Ion doesn't really think in hypotheticals. Or, well, they didn't before. Ion doesn't exactly have a concept of time. All they see is cause and effect. And what humans perceive as linear time is just a long sequence of
What do you mean they don't have hypotheticals? Isn't it hypothetical that the world is going to be ended? That hasn't happened yet. Isn't any prediction it making just a hypothetical, or does it think it can predict it with 100% certainty? Stop writing. Just quit. Just
But
stop
now, I understand the difference
It
between
makes
past,
sense.
present, and future. So I think I get what you're thinking. It's what ifs, right? If I had done one thing different, how would my life have changed?
I mean, I hear they're referring to a hypothetical for something that, like, has already happened. Which, yeah, that's not really much of a point. But, like, it makes theories in hypothetical situations all the time and acts on them based on their
And
likelihood.
I'm guessing you also know why there's no point agonizing over the past.
Well, yeah. But even if you know worrying's pointless, you're still gonna do it.
Whatever. I also guess I don't understand AI completely because they don't go into it enough.
I think that's up to you, Arrow.
Now, this one's long. Never mind. Enemy is slain, one demon joins the stack. I mean, in a perfect world, you're not killing demons when a stack's coming, because that's a waste of time. Although, if I get Death Blow stack, I'll get Critical stack next. Maybe I'd rather have that.
Hey!
You okay?
You see this cutscene a lot. Another teleporting dungeon. But this time with the red teleporters, which I guess are random teleporters. Yeah, she got healed with magic, dude. I need to see if this quest is going to disappear soon. Hope Streams and Ion. They acted like soon, but I need to find out. Hopefully it's not going to be a spoiler. Because I'd rather just do this one like off stream or something. I'm trying to like put together as much pointlessly boring shit as I can for off stream. Get the good stuff done right now. The good stuff done right now. It doesn't really say anything about it, so I assume I can just do it whenever. Nobody's putting info out about this game anyway, so I guess it's not really what we're talking about. We'll unlock the rest of the other people's dungeons right now. Do one of these bosses for each of them. And then we'll finish up, I guess, Arrow's size, his main dungeon we just, like, they were talking about. And then maybe we'll go so far as I unlock the next, like, major dungeon. And then from there, maybe I'll take a break. We'll see. Although I've been enjoying the conversation. It's just the quality of content's about to drop pretty hard. Unless you thought what was here was already, I mean, if you thought what was here was already bad, man. I mean, it was running around these dungeons doing absolutely nothing. I mean, I guess maybe would I prefer that over listening to the story? Probably not, because there's less to even talk about. Off stream I would. Yeah.
Am I clear? Urgent action required.
There isn't much time left. It'd be in your best interest to eliminate the target as quickly as possible.
Am I clear? Urgent action required.
Is it though? Do I really need to? Is it drama? Or is it like an actual timer? Yeah, that's the thing, is like I don't know if it's real or if it's just bullshitting me. If it really wants me to do it now, it's a level 45 quest, and I need to go through a dungeon. I'd rather do it off stream. I mean, unless I just feel like streaming it, but. Try to fast forward this.
Let's just take it easy.
You think?
Don't overdo it now.
Yep. But
Oh, the map, yeah, you like that? This is what you guys are missing off stream. I mean, if you compare this to any old teleporter dungeon, I guess maybe it's not too crazy. It's much more boring. Because it's literally just branches. And you just go through really long hallways and just do branches. And then once you get through one set of branches, it starts you on the outer edges, or the inner edges, I guess. And then you do it again. Problem is, it's the same old gameplay and it's the same old visuals every time, so there's almost nothing at the end except a whatever boss fight and some micro story.
You should. So long.
Chernobog, man, so that's his name is. Something like that.
Do as you see fit.
I really want to find out if I'm actually hard, like, time limited on that quest. I mean, I guess I could just do it. Like I said, I'm trying to put together as much crap as I can that people don't care about. But going through a bit more story would be nice, because then I could just load up the bullshit. Nobody's talking about this game.
you know the drill.
There are 3 quests that are messable. These 3 quests are the ones given by Flamma, and the cutoff point for these quests are after defeating a boss at the West Shipping District. The West Shipping District? We're gonna reuse the first dungeon again? There's an East Shipping District, and now we're gonna go to the West Shipping District. The game keeps getting better, I can't wait. That's awesome. What a spoiler. Okay, so we're not worried about that then. So I can skip that for now, just don't do it later. Well, something's gonna happen with Ion, which is not too surprising. At least I imagine so. Maybe not. I mean, are they gonna make it so you just can't go to these side dungeons?
Let's go.
Careful what you choose, Arrow.
What is Chernobog weak to? Probably not this.
That's a hit.
You know the drill. Don't be a hero.
Want a piece of this?
Is Fog Breath just debilitate? No, I didn't have defense. Maybe it's like a chance. For some reason I thought it said defense, it was just aim slash dodge. I saw 3 things and I was like, oh! Okay. Okay, so we can do a little bit more story on stream today. I'll just decide if I wanted to stream side content off stream or on stream. I might want to do it on stream, we'll see. Okay. Force.
As long as we work together, we got this.
be helpful.
Good idea.
I like the idea of being able to just like multi-swap all of your shit on the fly. I wish the combat had a bit more depth to actually make use of it though. A lot of time I just won't bother. Or...
Looks promising.
I mean, I guess sometimes enemies are swapping their elements around, but...
No more still with me.
Like it's a cool thing to just have as an extra, but like in terms of like big, like meaty kind of new mechanics that just really are interesting, like the stacks and press turns are supposed to be. It's like I just don't think the stacks are that great, man. I think if anything, they're just more simple than systems we've already had. Is he gonna summon dudes like every other boss, or okay? Yes.
Right. Be on your guard. All yours. Might as well test it.
What was Nakamoto weak to?
I'm on.
I don't remember.
Smart choice.
Time to improvise. Scanning hostiles. Process complete.
We'll take okay.
See that terror in there?
That should work. Don't get in my way.
Oh, she ain't weak to that.
Work. Let's roll. Looks promising.
Maybe it was London.
No way to tell.
That should...
This sucks. Scatter.
Yeah, I fought her earlier, but I've already forgotten. You're probably right. I'll give it a go here in a minute.
Might as well test it.
Feeling lucky?
You'll pay for that.
Come, let's start service.
Both men.
Let's go with this.
Yeah, sometimes they mix them up between games.
Let's do this.
Same turn attack. Nice.
You gotta treat that. Time to improvise. So you. Take him down, Arrow.
Appreciate the advice.
I know we can
That
do
should
this.
do the trick. Aim for the weakness, Saizo.
You say so.
This is nothing. They're in for it
That
now.
should do the trick.
Take him down, boss.
On it,
A
Saizo.
little risky. We'll see how this works out.
What are you doing,
This will
Milady?
turn the tables.
They certainly hit hard.
This should be fun.
I don't know if she has a HP,
Didn't expect
a healing booster
This isn't
on.
good.
I don't think she does, but I haven't tried Meteorama yet.
Getting risky.
Oh, no, just getting
It's about twice the strength without a booster.
Let's start servants.
Yeah, the shop song. It's really odd, is I feel like there's 10 songs in the game, but there's more than that. It's that you only hear the variety in very small amounts, right? Like in the shops.
Not bad.
Might be fucked here.
Didn't see that coming.
Arrow, free.
Take it away.
Here.
This will turn the tables. Take it away. Let him have it, Arrow.
So I just go for the Hail Mary. Yeah, like there's one dungeon song for the generic dungeons. In this area, there's one song. Other than that, that's like it. But that's where you're gonna listen to like most of the music, so it's really weird.
I got this one, Sizer.
I feel like I'm just gonna try to like Hail Mary this guy. Yeah, I don't know if I lose, I lose. I just think we'll be able to because of my guy's boosted Zondyne.
What's all open? Looks like it'll...
Okay. Thank God. He counts as like the main summon too. Yeah. And I've always been of the mind that like in a fucking game, what you're going to be hearing or doing for the most of your time needs to have the best variety, right? If you're just walking through the world, that walking through the world better be fun. If you're always in the dungeons, those dungeons better have a lot of music, man. SMT is usually good about that too. Like Soul Hackers was good about it, 4's been good about it, 5 was great about it. It would like change the music as you're moving around personas. I mean, they've all been good usually. But for some reason, this one is absolutely horrible about it. I guess SMT 1 and 2 are bad about it at times. But I mean, I think we can give them a slight break for being 30 years old and still nailing most of what's good about SMT. Yeah, the nodding. It is like Apple 14s. Writing bigger epic stories because they suck at it. Yeah, that was a problem I had with this at the beginning, and I still do. Is just the scale is instantly too big, man.
How was that?
It's hard to empathize with them when they haven't done any of the groundwork on like just the characters and all that. I think starting with at least small scale and working up is fine, but that this immediately starts with MacGuffin Apocalypse is like, I mean, that kills the atmosphere almost right away. It doesn't kill it. I guess it doesn't kill it. It doesn't help, right? At the SMT5, SMT5 has such a crazy good soundtrack. Has so much variety. Yeah. More of a story in general. Oh, setting the sights too big. Yeah. Well, that's a problem with a lot of stories. A lot of sequels and stuff like that. Is they just like try to go bigger. And there's a lot, I feel like there's always that desire to just go big. Man, we need to, you know, instead of like an ambition that they can pull off or like something that's just different, they just go for like, yeah, like big. And this one, I don't know, I mean, I think you just gotta know how to do it and know where to do it. SMT's always been about big, technically, right? Like all the main line is like reshaping reality and stuff, but it works. But like Soul Hackers is a focused, small story set in a city. And they know to keep the scale down because they want to tell a more personal story that it like looks into some of the systems of that little society more, and you know, a little bit more character work and shit. In theory, I mean, 97, it's not like perfect, but yeah, I feel like when you immediately try to go like massive scale and you've got like nothing to back it up, it just comes across as really generic and reaching. Trying to write more of a story in general. Oh, just like having a shitload of like big flowing story. Yeah. And that's something Soul Hackers, I think, does well. And, I mean, by the time you find out about all the stuff in Soul Hackers, it's a ways in. It's a lot of world building, taking you to the places, showing you like different areas, and kind of getting you into the characters and stuff like that. I guess Raito's like that. I don't know. Like that's more the focus. Where this is from go, this like big global, even though it takes place in a small corner of a city, like world-ending thing. That's what it's always focused on. I don't know. I would have preferred this to be small scale, really dig into what the society and the tech and all that is about. Fire the writer? I mean, pretty much, man. I mean, I would never call to, like, somebody lose their job. But I'll say, get better. But yeah, that'd be pretty much, right? Yeah, the characters are better because I think the worlds... I mean, one, the writing's just better. It's not as yappy. The characters feel like they belong in the world. There's less... I mean, it's not as cliched. And the world's just more interesting. You're invested more in them because you're invested in what's going on around them. They're not like godly characters. I'd say the world and the setting and all that do the heavy lifting. But, man, they're a lot more enjoyable than these motherfuckers, man. I actually feel like a real team of, like, anti-establishment type of kiddos, right? And that was kind of the point.
I thought I was a goner there.
Yeah, I don't like any of this writer shit that I've played. I hope they stop using them or they get good or something. These stories are, for how much story there is in this in TMS, man, it's really shit.
Thank you.
Yeah, you got him. You were great, man.
No way, man. No way, man. Yeah, you gotta. I respect the chip on your shoulder for P4 and 5, but I'll take those motherfuckers over this shit, dude. Maybe I'm clouded by everything else right now. One at a time, yeah. That's it, yeah. The chance of the glory days, the PS2 glory days, man, are disappearing. All of the spin-offs are dying.
Really, thank you so much.
Yeah. All in a day's work.
Yeah, so the sum of all parts is... Can't take it. Yeah, no, for me, no way, man. I get tonally maybe where you would hate 4s and 5s over these guys because these are a bit more serious, but the quality, man, I don't know. I'm much more invested in 4 and 5's characters than this. But I get you. I get why. I get why you say that. I mean, I'm in a different camp though. These motherfuckers suck. I mean, conceptually, would I prefer a more serious, like, I'm an anime guy who drinks beer character over more high schoolers at this point? Probably, but I think only in concept would I like these more. Everything else, my guy. The beer guy. I'm an anime character that drinks beer.
That was how things used to be.
It's pretty rare.
I was just starting
Many
out as a
JRPG heroes drinking beer, man.
Wow. You looked so much more earnest.
Raito 3 remake will save it.
Because I didn't know
Yeah,
anything.
totally.
No knowledge or experience. You've just got to fight head on for your wins.
I really hope
Was there a
P6 is like
reason you became a
college
summoner?
or something. I mean, they still have to see the calendar system is so integral to the game, and that works so well with a school system, and it was made pretty much for it, that I don't know if you could really move away from something that didn't have that. I mean, what would you have a job? You don't get to go around and talk to a whole lot of a variety of people after a job like you would a high school. And then they get the tests and all that silly shit, and the quizzes. There's a lot of variety, the clubs. It's a way to socialize with a lot of people, so it's like a job wouldn't really work. Unless you set up a calendar system to be planning like a globe-romping trip. Maybe it was like a more global persona where you're like jumping around and you'd like plan stuff, but I mean, that's hard to get right because the scale's pretty extreme. College maybe, but I mean, they're just gonna treat it like fucking high school. Could be a door-to-door salesman. That would be imagine if they announced a door-to-door salesman persona, dude. That would be... I mean, I'd be down to try, but god, people would be up in arms. Yeah. That's the thing, is a lot of the adult ones are just more interesting. Even in Persona Strikers, the best character was the fucking grown-ass man. Because he had, like, different themes they could explore, like, fatherhood and shit like that. Like you just don't get into. Well, you kind of get into that, but it's usually the side characters like fucking Saejima. What was his name? Saejima. What was his name? The bass, older dude, Futaba's dad. What was his name? Yeah, the new guy in Strikers was cool. I mean, that game was boring ass writing. Sojiro, there you go. Yeah, Sojiro's cool. He's got like fatherhood shit going on. I mean, yeah, I don't see them moving away from high school. They want you to revisit the same areas and grow familiar with the place, and you know, high school is just such a good way to bring in social links and stuff. But I think you could pull off university. I would love them to mix it up. They gotta have a vision and they really gotta nail it. I don't think they're gonna try. I think I'm most university, but as much as I would love door-to-door salesman Persona, I don't see them doing it anytime soon. Persona games come like once every 10 years, so I don't think they're too worried about variety as much as their execution. I would love for them to like at least switch tones back to more like 3. The hunky-dory, like, you know, naivete, like kids stories, whatever the fuck you want to call it, like I'm good. I think, you know, that's cool. It was interesting for 4 and 5 for 1, although it got pretty old. I would like to see them swap the tones a little bit more. Because at this point, I don't know how much more the production value is going to get upped, right? I mean, they could, of course. There's always more room for production value. But that was like 5's biggest upgrade, right? Is it just like all the dungeons are crazy, all more VA work, you know, just everything's just upgraded on all the fronts money could provide, and it's like you could still do that, but at this point because they went from PS2 to like 3 and 4, right? So I mean, there's a bigger jump there, but it's like that jump's not going to be as huge this time unless they throw insane money at it. So I'd like to see them mix up like the tone again, go back to like a 3. Yeah, they had enough and stuff. That'd be cool. By the DDS writer? Holy shit.
My reason, huh? Well, I never really knew what I wanted to do for a living.
I would like to see them try something. Is brave the word I'm looking for? Ballsy. I'm more of a person who says ballsy, I think.
I just kind of drifted through the city aimlessly. A professional deadbeat. And muggers.
I mean, obviously I want them to like execute as well, but like, I guess that matters above all, maybe. But I would like to see them
Dead.
be ballsy.
Another supernatural fatality.
Ballsy at this point is university, but
This devil summoner busts in and saves me. So I joined up and learned the ropes.
I mean, they would never have a persona with people that aren't youthful. That's just a video game. That's just a thing in all media, right? I mean, the vast majority of most media is going to be young people, right? Especially Japanese stuff, especially JRPGs. There's only so many with old people, and they're usually side things, right? They'll never go back. The color bee? Green? Has green been a thing? I don't think green has. Maybe green. P2 is Soul Hackers Light, not Persona's Calendar and shit. Yeah. I don't know. If they remade those, yeah. I mean, that could give people an interest in that kind of stuff, and then maybe they'd make, you know, stuff like that. Look, if we're gonna remake any SMT game, if we have to have a remake, just remake SMT 1 and 2. I mean, 2 mainly, but, you know, an SMT 1 remake would be cool as well. Oof, but man, SMT 1's atmosphere would be hard to nail. Because what's really cool about, like, a lot of its atmosphere, I feel like is partially comes from that first person viewpoint. Like that beginning where you're just kind of hanging out with your family and just kind of walking around town and things sort of start getting surreal slowly. It's really cool, man. But like, I mean, you'd have to really have your fucking shit nailed. That surrealism I feel like is heightened because of like that first person sprite kind of thing going on. And if it was like really tacky like this in 3D, it just would destroy it, man. They could do it, but they'd have to do it well. Where SMT2 is way easier, because SMT2 just has extreme variety zones, and just throw big budget and craziness at it would be enough. The nuance and stuff, and the surrealism's not really as much there. No, I don't think they will. I mean, I'd rather them just not bother with remakes, but I mean, if they did, I would, yeah. I'm in the SMT2 camp. I'd have more, I'd see them be able to pull off 2 more. 2 just has more crazy shit going on, right? Like SMT2 with like 5's exploration, you could actually do that. Other than like some of the city stuff, you'd have to figure out how to actually like explore a real city and shit, but it's got enough varied environments you could pull off SMT5's system. But like 1 would probably, like you couldn't, I don't know. It'd be hard, it would be kind of like 5 in variety. That's why I said the 5, like SMT1 has a lot more surreal, like you spend a lot of time in just the real normal world, right? Like Apocalypse shit is kind of like, doesn't happen for a bit. I mean, there's some crazy shit by the end, but. Announce a state of play for tomorrow? What are we fucking having direct wars now? When is it? What time?
I mean, come on. Badass vigilante exorcist?
Yeah, if I was gonna be excited for any remake ever, I like the idea of remakes that are like actually like hype, man. Like that would really like have huge leaps in technology, be able to have like really unique visions, right, that you couldn't do before, or just like really reworking how a game even was, like something like with that framework that was just boom, just really different. I don't like these like micro ones like The Last of Us. SMT, old school SMT. It would never happen because nobody cares about SMT 1 and 2. But it'd be sick, dude. SMT 2 has some of the best variety, especially for its time of like fleshed out locations than a lot of SMT games. Maybe not as many, like 3 has a non-stop amount, right? Same with like Strange Journey, but like they're all smaller. Like a lot of SMT2s are all kind of flow into one bigger story, and it's really cool. I think it'd be awesome. Never happened though. 3 p.m. PST, so 5? Okay, around right now, tomorrow. So I guess tomorrow half the day is gonna be watching directs and shit.
Really?
We'll start the stream before the Nintendo one starts tomorrow.
After my first actual fight. You saw how it got to me.
Then I'll probably go make some food once we're done discussing the whole thing. We'll do some SMT or some Soul Hackers.
Really been grateful to have me around
and then we'll just jump into the Sony one later that day.
I was still just
or
city kid, but
I will have a lot of side stuff to do, and we'll just do the directs, and then I'll do some Soul Hackers after the Sony one. Do we know how long it is?
Past tense. Why wouldn't you still be somebody? After all, you've probably grown a lot since then.
20. Okay, so not gonna be a whole lot.
I guess I have gotten better at some things.
Didn't they announce recently that they were gonna like put all of their games on PC? Maybe it's gonna be something with that. Yeah, the Nintendo one's pretty big.
I think once I got really deep in the Summoner's world, I forgot a lot from the early days. It only took a couple fat paychecks. At some point, I decided I was only in the summoning game for the money.
Even stuff like voice acting would make like SMT1 weird. Like you could easily destroy SMT1's atmosphere, man. It'd only take a couple little things. I mean, 2's I guess you could too, but I guess 2 has just like more extremes. I think if you had 5's atmosphere, but with like this concept and setting and stuff of like SMT1 and 2, I mean, maybe you could expand on the story a little bit. I mean, they're pretty basic. It's mostly atmosphere and concept, but dude, oh my god, if they did a P1 PSP for SMT1 or 2, I mean, they would have to make more music. That's one of the, I mean, I like SMT1 and 2 soundtrack, but they have a lot of repeat tracks. And not all of them fit amazingly well in the dungeons, but god Jesus, if all the new shit was like fucked, no dude, I would want like the SMT 4 or 5 guy to do. I mean, he could just do them all. He can do every fucking soundtrack from now on. I don't give a fuck. Persona, just get him. I don't give a shit. Can you imagine the SMT 4 and 5 guy doing a Persona soundtrack? What if they changed the tone to be more serious and he was doing like some hybrid pop, like serious ass music? I don't know. I'd be down, dude. I'm down. Meguro doesn't even work with him anymore, dude. He's got his own deal now. Is he even gonna be doing Persona? What the hell's gonna happen there? That's what I'm more interested in at this point. Who's taking the reins? Or are they just gonna hire him on for P6 anyways? I mean, they surely are already working on the music. Maybe he already did it all.
After that, I bounced back and forth.
PSVR 2? Oh, great. So it's probably gonna be nothing. We'll still watch it.
Made a tidy profit.
This game's composer? Who even is this game's composer? That would be horrible. I mean, maybe this person could be good, though. Right, with the writing, I don't see much hope, right? They seem to kind of just blow. But, like, the music, if they could just make more music in this and had a proper, like, you know, visual design and story to go with it, like, maybe they could really be let loose on some stuff. Because some of this is not bad, right? There's some variety here. There's some cool sound. I mean, they had like the near voice stuff. They had the cool synth shit. That sounded like some JoJo song earlier and stuff. Like they had some cool shit, but like it feels like ultra limited by budget and like vision. Like maybe it'd be fine for Persona. I mean, the thing is, man, the standards for music in SMT are like super high. Like it's, I mean, people are always listening to like P5 soundtrack. We're always talking about the music. Like it's a huge talking point. I mean, it's gotta be good. Oh, they did confirm that? Okay, so yeah, that's probably it then. I mean, they'd probably give him a bazillion bucks for that. And I wouldn't be surprised if he has some kind of artistic interest in being a part of the series for a long time, like that one Dragon Quest guy. But who am I to say? I don't know Meguro that well. But.
Sounds like that's one of the main reasons.
Yeah. At the time, I figured acting slick and focusing on the job was better than overthinking it. But maybe I was just avoiding thinking about it.
I like that too. I agree. That's why I always say like, yeah, fuck Meguro for SMT nowadays. I loved his shit before, but I love Kazuka's shit for SMT so much, man. Like Meguro's stuff for SMT and Spinoffs was cool, but nothing's captured the atmosphere of the zones and shit like Kazuka's, man. I mean, I'm comparing two really fucking good things, so it's hard to say, but like, I just, oof, man. That's kind of what I mean in that like cohesion, man. That mix of like the art and the music. I feel like Kazuka just fucking nails it, man. The Raito soundtrack? Yeah, I mean, I love Meguro, don't get me wrong. I mean, he's done it before, but comparing two gods right now. Is it? Oh, that sounds cool. Yeah. And likewise, I think Meguro is perfect for like the atmosphere for Persona. He keeps it spicy between each game, but it still has like a pop. I mean, it really fits the atmosphere, the style. It feels stylish, right? Where Kazuka's shit feels like kind of grungy sometimes, it feels like intimidating, like menacing kind of a lot of time, right? But like there's still a lot of catchy, just, you know, like fun to listen to shit, right? Like, it's hard to explain it. I'm not like musically, I'm like a vocab for music. I just know what I like.
Honestly, that's probably part of why I went for Ash. She was my escape.
But you genuinely liked Ash, right? Even if it started as just an escape.
Yeah, I want to.
I'm not even paying. What are they even talking about? I'm talking so much in between all this fucking cutscene, dude.
And I want to make a world where we can live free.
He loves his girlfriend and he wants to not have to worry about Summoner's Karma. So this has been his story the entire time.
You have to do.
Yeah, It's been a long time since I fought for something I...
Like every cutscene, I feel like is them just kind of repeating what you already know about them.
Say.
Pretty much. But...
Why?
You okay?
Chernobog. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Raido, man. Really looking forward to Persona 1's original soundtrack. And we're very used to, like, you know, Meguro and like that SMT 1 and 2 style and all that kind of shit, but like, who did P1s, man? Like, have they done much stuff? You did shit, dude. Why did they replace your soundtrack, bro? What happened? How do you feel about your soundtrack getting replaced by the Meguro Pop soundtrack? It's all clown music. I mean, I've heard a lot of the Persona 1 original music, but they died in some car accident? Holy. Wonder how the landscape of... Yeah, SMT would have changed if they were still alive. Or Persona. Yeah, that's pretty heavy duty. I didn't realize. And yeah, wow, they really changed the soundtrack to that? The original intent? After that fucking dude died? Or that chick, it might have been a chick too, I'm not sure. Yikes, man. Yeah, that's pretty trashy. I'm surprised they did that, man. For a lot of series in Japan, they don't like changing much of shit, right? They won't change like a voice actor, and like you get like Dragon Quest, it's like super tied to that one guy. Then they would just swap the Persona soundtrack. Feels like something you'd see more in the West, man. But I mean, I could be totally off base. I only have a few little examples of that. Yeah, I want a Persona game that's all clown music. Maybe instead of door-to-door salesman, you're like a door-to-door clown. That'd be kind of cool, huh? And it's a group of like clowns who've lost their place in society because of the It movie and shit. And trying to kind of cope with them being the unsung heroes that save the world and by nobody loving them. Full circus VN, yeah. There you go. It's like a dream, dude.
Keep me entertained.
I shall face you.
Like a dream, no matter.
Let's roll.
There's another world inside the circle, inside the big top. Instead of the Ring of Fire, you look through the Ring of Fire, and it's like monochrome when you look through it, and then you jump through, and it's like another world, man. You know? That'd be sick, dude. You know, maybe it's like a demon circus, man. Right? You start incorporating demons into the act, man. People could come watch them or something. Maybe not. Or maybe that's just when you go to the other side, man. Maybe they're like, yeah, they're like all circus people. But then the other side is like, you know, where Teddy would like hang out. It's like a demon circus. It's the hub. But the other world. You have to jump through the Ring of Fire to get in, man. How would you tie the circus, like, Shadow World aesthetic into other people's minds? Would you only, like, jump into the minds of, like, other performance people? Like, beast tamers and, like, you know, one-eyed men and acrobatic people. Did you have to like theme dungeons around that? You could have like an entertainment industry one. I guess that'd be like TMS, but you have to make it more goofy. Asura's Wrath. This is Asura, right?
As long as we work together.
Might work.
We got this.
Yeah. He should be all physical.
Feeling lucky?
Eat this!
Boosting physical parameters.
We gotta win this. No matter what.
Woo, this should work.
That's what I needed.
I won't let you
All right.
We're yeah, good plan.
Let's stay cautious.
Dodge has so much less value in this compared to the press turn system because you don't lose any
Careful, Sizo.
anything really. You just don't get damaged.
They're strong. Be on your guard.
Where in the other SMTs, it was still like probably the least valuable, but you could game shit pretty hard if you got the right setup.
We don't know if that'll work now.
Die.
What are you thinking? Hope this works.
In my sight. Got him.
Does this guy have no weaknesses?
You think that'll work?
Maybe he's actually weak to gun? Is he weak to ruin? Finally, are we gonna have a boss?
Yeah, good plan.
And he's probably immune to status elements, but
Can you handle this? I know we
Finish
can do
this.
thing is, a lot of my status elements don't do much damage.
Feeling lucky?
Shame.
Yes, nice. I don't remember what Dread does. I thought he just lost like MP.
Too late for regrets now.
So I could make some swaps.
Prepare yourself. Die.
Oh, he's changing affinities.
Trying.
Gotcha. That explains it.
What's our open?
They don't like having bosses with.
What are you thinking?
What does he weak to? Oh, that's good. Let's do this then.
That'd be helpful.
Initiating sync.
They don't like having bosses who take status ailment damage.
What's our open?
This is the first guy I can think of that straight up has it. Well, he's still weak to it though.
Now's the time. Let's go.
I'll be okay.
Well, maybe we should have lowered his attack. He's been juicing.
Want a piece of this?
Not the best use of
You know what?
the conversion thing, but oh well.
Here we go.
We'll still get like 5 stacks from it or something.
Still with me?
Away.
That should
How about this?
I'll burn it all.
Love to see it.
6 stacks.
Let the rebels begin.
Foolish.
It's gonna be like one of the first bosses that doesn't have ads.
You.
That'd be almost
Bad.
refreshing.
What's our open?
This power.
We need to watch
Let
ourselves.
it end like this,
I'll
or
be
not.
Whatever
I'll be
it
okay.
takes.
This will
My
turn
time.
the tables. Let's change this up. This is how Ion fights.
Ready to go time.
I can barely tell what I'm looking at. Is this... Okay, I think Fog Breath's on.
We need to watch ourselves.
Want a piece of this?
What do you think?
That's the ticket.
Accessing data.
You like that?
Away.
Help me out here.
Get ready, Saizo.
I won't let you
All
finish
right.
this. Out of my way.
Could have done more damage, but I want to cover my bases there. Probably should have saved that shit. Oh, is he just like increasing his turns by a shitload? Maybe I have to rush this guy.
Not bad. You know what to do.
This'll turn the tables.
Just what I need.
Oh, wait, he's already got dire on though.
What do you think?
Looks promising.
Do it, Saizo.
Oh, now he's weak to everything. We might be able to rush him. I'm gonna risk it. Because I have boosts on right now, which do more 40-50% more damage to weaknesses. Now, if I was not doing weaknesses, I wouldn't get any bonus. There's a separate thing for that, which is like 30% with non-weaknesses. Since he's like full weaknesses right now, we could do some crazy damage this turn.
Boosting physical parameters.
Oh yeah, now we got it for sure.
Ringo, let's bring them out.
Big damage. All right.
That's the got this, Ringo.
Took him out. About what I figured.
That one was a bit more refreshing because it's a single dude and it was more about rushing than slowly working through a bunch of ads. I'm hungry though, dude. The head nod, man. Epic, dude. That was emotional. I think hers have generally been the most interesting because they'd show like different sides to Iron Mask and shit. And how her thought process kind of works. I wouldn't call them good, but at least they have some purpose. I barely remember Arrow and Sizes. We just saw them. They're just really good at repeating the same thing over and over. I mean, all of hers are obsessed with the Iron Mask shit. But...
Who are you?
My name is Paul. Do you want to come with me?
Paul, dude. I guess this was old Iron Mask. There's a new Iron Mask now. An
This is
imitator.
an unjust world. A false world. Let's destroy it together.
Paul. I wanna side with Paul.
I first met him on the day my hometown burned. It was over a decade ago. A foreign power's military was sweeping our country for insurgents. My home ended up in the crosshairs. In a split second of impact, I lost. And as I sat there thinking he would one day become Iron Mask. But to me, in that moment, he was Paul Taylor.
Paul Taylor.
Seeing his smile against
Billy
the flames
Bob.
and the chaos. So I reached out to him. He told me all about himself.
Sounds like love at first sight. He must have been pretty handsome.
Oh, he was. But it was
All he really wanted was the covenant you were carrying, though. Right?
Well, of course, there was more to it than good intentions. I found all of that out later. There was just something bewitching about him. That's all there really is to it.
That's great. I was in love for a psychopath. Crazy zealot, man.
Say,
Look,
for example,
Which would be an interesting character to like dig into. But she just kind of mentions that shit in like backstory stuff. She's kind of just some like mindless zealot who's just willing to die for this dude for any reason. And they just don't dig into it enough. I mean, I'd be fine having some crazy, damaged, interesting characters like that, but it's like they don't go there, man. She just has elements of it. It makes it more annoying, if anything. That's it. Okay, look at that. Awesome. You guys don't want to watch this? You want me to stream this part? Good guys. Fellas. Oh, we got a little bit more story I want to do first before I decide to take a break. Or maybe I'll keep going. Do a little bit. Put some music on. But I need food. So, let's see what happens in the next story bit. I'd like to, if I'm gonna get a food break, I'd like to decide if I'm getting off at that same moment or not. The West Shipping District, dude. That's the point of no return on the quest for this. The Axis, the Fig quest. I'm sure we could still do the rest, but I'm guessing that's just the next point in the story after this guy's deal here, so let's do this and then we'll see what happens. I'll get to the point where we unlock the next dungeon and then probably we'll eat. And then I'll turn the stream off probably, but I might turn it back on. I'm gonna let myself just chill and eat, but maybe I'll turn it on just to chit chat and listen to tunes. But ooh, front of these dungeons, man. Oof. It's something, so. But this good conversation can happen anywhere, man. Maybe it's worth it. Alright, who's this dude? He looks familiar, but I don't know if he's actually something we've seen in SMT. I think, maybe? It's hard to tell. I think he is. He's generic enough, that's for sure, for the intro there.
What's our opener?
this'll turn the tables.
Let's go about this carefully.
We have a Lilum somewhere. Or whatever her name is. Guess not.
I know we. Alright.
It won't let me see.
How's this gonna careful what you
Succubus is on some Fitra.
Here goes! We gotta win this. No matter what. How's this? we're lacking in...
Okay, I was pretty sure it was.
You like that?
Help me out here!
You owe me for this. I won't let you finish this.
They have a lot of health. Maybe he doesn't resummon these ones.
This is for you.
Are you even trying?
Maybe it's forced then.
Cut it out already.
Dread and also.
Ugh, they got me good.
Wanna make a bet?
Might as well test
Let's
it.
whip up a storm. Bingo!
I don't remember what Dread's really about.
What's wrong, Arrow? You're shit. Come on, Arrow. Where's all that bravado?
Time to bust out the big guns.
Afraid all of a sudden. We can end this right now, Ringo.
What's wrong, Arrow? You're shaking.
Pathetic. I'm all right. I'll be okay.
I don't know what Dread does, but I don't want it on.
Go for it, Ringo.
Still with me?
Help me out here!
Wanna give it a try, Melody?
It's a risk, Melody.
Wanna give it a try, Melody?
We kind of already have their weaknesses found. They rarely have more than one, so. Might just like Warcry again and then swap next turn.
Take your position.
Stop me.
Maybe not the best use of a turn, but for her, but I don't know. Safe.
Here goes nothing. Watch yourself, Arrow.
I'll try and do you proud.
Woo! Just what I needed.
Gonna let it end like this,
Oh,
aren't
we're
I?
just getting
enough.
started. Time
My
to
time.
bust out the big guns. Scanning hostiles. Process complete.
What do you think?
Sure.
Looks promising.
This ought to be good. Let's whip up a storm.
All right.
That's the ticket.
This ought to do it. Stretch. Good hit.
Still with me?
We gotta win this. We gotta
Right.
win this. No matter what.
How's this gonna go?
Sometimes you gotta.
What's the right move? Get lost.
Nice.
You must be hungry.
Probably been better just to do the focus on the succubus. It's okay. Oh well.
How about this? Too slow. Huh? Got
Too slow.
Initiating sync. Boosting.
I mean, really, we could just keep going like this.
As long as we work
Seems pretty
together,
safe.
we got this.
Slowly work them down.
I know this will turn the tables.
Let's be back up. That'd be helpful.
Initiating sync. Boost. I will
Let's
boost.
not keep up. What's our opening?
This power.
Got a hunch?
Eat this!
Ready to here goes.
It's all you.
Show them a good time.
Okay.
You can't. Yeah.
That's your
Good
cue.
plan.
Ringo.
You got this,
I
Ringo.
hear you.
Just to be safe.
lucky, Millie?
Wanna give it a try, Milady?
Dance!
A lot of health, that's for sure.
It's so annoying.
We'll take them down.
Time to bust out the big
Let
guns.
me see.
As long as we work together, we got this.
We can't afford. Gotta stand my ground.
They're strong.
Okay.
Be on your guard. We gotta win this. No matter
I'll deal
what.
with it.
This is for you.
Not bad. How about this?
Using steam
Switching to
arrow.
offense.
Didn't expect this.
Time for the counterattack.
Whatever.
Like you said.
We've got time.
Okay.
Looks like it'll work.
Thanks, brother man.
It's my go time.
That should do the trick. That's it, Saizo.
Sure, man.
Much obliged.
Let's roll.
Looks promising. Go ahead, Ringo.
Works for me. Right on target.
What's
Here I
our
come.
opener?
Help me out here.
Got you covered, Saizo.
Listen,
You doing good today, man? I hope so. Will he resummon them? Thought they're both dead. They had a lot of health, so I doubt it. But I don't know, I wouldn't put it past the game.
remember to pay for that try.
Do it, Saizo.
I hear you. That's gotta hurt.
You know what to do.
All right. Scanning
Thank you again.
process complete. What do you
Let's
think?
go with that.
Just what I need.
Tired already? So
Just
go.
getting started.
Well,
Remember to pace yourselves, everyone.
Hope this works.
slow can be good, I suppose, but
That's one way to go about it, but
This should work.
can also be very boring. Is boring better than stressful? But yeah, neither are perfect. Keep missing that attack, dude.
Too late for their vaccine.
No. Does that happen often? Slow days for you?
You know the drill. Don't be a hero.
I mean, the best piece of playing this sounds like it's softcore porn and it locked it up.
everyone okay?
Based son. Or was it the old man who was looking at it? Why did he have to explain the porn part? Maybe he thought like he'd find some porn, so he had to like kind of play it off as softcore. I think softcore is just supposed to be like, just clothes and the body. The hardcore's getting fucked. I like to imagine it was the old guy though. His son. Sure, pal. I believe that.
These are the results.
Oh, the searches were far from softcore. Okay, that's what you're saying. Ugh. Sounds like this guy was trying to cover his bases and cope a bit, man. The head nod. Damn, man. The hardcore stuff, huh? Son, your son is advanced. Basement.
Close the door. There's nothing we can do for him now.
Honky muscle man. What the hell's a honky muscle man, dude? Yeah, maybe it's the fucking, it's the old dude. Maybe he considers himself a honky muscle man.
Is it the Phantom Society?
That's a pretty specific search too, man. I don't know. Sounds more like a video title to me.
Arrow, there's something I need you to do.
I like how if you had done
What are you doing?
this boss fight already, you would see all of the reveals in the story. Just without the explanation. Can you just not do this up to before this point? I'm pretty sure you can. You just did 60 soul level. Maybe you can't. Maybe this is locked. I'd like to believe this game would not lock it though and just show you this anyways though. Purple sperm. Sangetsu's purple sperm.
I'm entrusting it to you.
Oh no wait, this was the main boss. Sorry. I'm so used to this side dungeon being just fucking wacky side shit. I forgot this is the main fucking story now, dude. God damn, this game has cursed me, man. Jesus, when your main story shit feels like your crappy side shit. I forgot. I was like, wow, they just show you all this? Sorry, I totally was totally off base there. This is main story. This is not side content. It just happens to be in the side content area. I've played for like 15-20 hours. How many hours in? It says at like 50, 45 or 50 I think, but I've done some of it off stream, the side content, the mindless side content. I move a little slower. I would say I'm probably 40 or 45 on average.
Never mind that. You're bleeding.
Yeah, so I could do whatever. Tomorrow, you think? Hopeful, aren't you?
I'm fine.
Maybe Metroid Prime Collection release date. Creativity injection. I'm hoping immortality gives me that. Splat through maybe. KD going to con this weekend. Whoa! Hi. What con is it? And I hope you have fun. Or whatever it is. Or maybe what kind of con? I don't know if you want to like reveal where you're going to be this weekend. St. Petersburg? Oh, cool. I don't know a lot of the cons, but I'm always all about going someday.
Just performed a spell sequence to seal the covenant.
We'll have fun. Tell us how it is when you're done. Are you dressing up? Are you just visiting? Oh, romantic. Now we're talking.
I'm sorry. In a few moments, your memory will become muddled and you'll forget everything. You have to get out of here before then.
I'm going to give you selective amnesia for the convenience of the plot. Boing, 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 boing. Prime Trilogy port. I'm about a splat. Should I go check the mail for my splat?
Protect the covenant at all costs. I'm counting on you.
Finally, that's just what I want. Yeah, there you go. I am Mangetsu. I'll go check my mail. Unless you're not doing Salmon Run it again. If you're just doing the story, then I'll do it tomorrow. Hey, I'm already splendid, dude. This game's frying me. I thought this was side content and its main story.